Good evening, everyone. Welcome to Swimmer Sync 112. It is I, Mad Gamer the Second, and I am joined by the one and only Genie. How are you doing tonight, my friend?
I'm doing great. Imad. It's good to be on the mic with you. It's been since before we saw each other at Riptide, not Riptide, LTC.
Yeah, the other one.
The other Kalahari event. But yeah, we're here, everybody. We are going to be jumping into this match: Sundrops versus Besties of Fire, Ice, and Water. Going to be jumping in game 2 because I believe game one ended quickly and we had some team mix-ups. So we are here. We're going to get you as much action as we possibly can.
That's right. It's a bit of team hot potato trying to find someone who will let us watch them, but it sounds like zones win pretty darn fast. Like 1 second they are starting, and the second, oh look, we're ready.
Yep. Yeah, I'm guessing that's what the case is. But opening off, honestly, it's a pretty standard trio of maps. We got Zones Mako, Tower Hagglefish, and Rainmaker Manta. Manta Maria, I know it's one of the more newer maps, but it's a Splatoon 2 map that's actually made a graceful transition into another game, adding to the list of very few maps in Splatoon history which have made a graceful return into the next game, because most of them seem to fall in their face.
I mean, like, not only was it like pretty decent in the second game when it debuted, but like the fact that it got good improvements to it in its sequel is just like so good.
And checkpoints on Rainmaker Manta, phenomenal. But before we go that far, we will be seeing it as this format. Update the people. SOS. I know you can watch a whole bunch of other tournaments, but SOS is play L3. Good, just to remind all the people watching. Hagglefish Tower Control opening up, and as we promised the viewers, actually we didn't promise them. That was only in commentary chat. If you are here and excited for this week's SOS, you better be excited to listen to Heavy Spotting talk, because you have 4 commentators today that will be talking about Heavy Spotting, and a streamer that'll be talking about Heavy Spotting, but you won't hear the streamer.
Nah, but we will carry their spirit with us, because there's going to be nothing but Heavy Splatlings all the way through tonight, so you best prepare yourselves.
Yep. Predictions, it'll be 112 heavy talks, and at the moment we're at 3. So we're gonna have to keep a tally of that somehow. I'm not actually gonna keep a tally. But overall, I think of things that we might see that have been getting a little bit more traction is both versions of Rapid Deco and maybe some S Blaster. Blasters with the fall of Machine have actually had a little bit more wiggle room, because Machine did everything a Blaster did, but also was a slosher and had Fizzy Bomb and had Booyah Bomb. So now with that stepping out to the side, we're seeing some more blasters come into the effect. So Tower Control is always a home for them. I want to see if anyone pulls those out today.
Yes, indeed, and we are going to be seeing that in just a second. No blaster so far in Team 1. None in Team 2. And in fact, we're bringing out the Machine. It's gotten its nerve, but it's still kicking.
Yeah, we have to mention Spec. Congratulations, Spec. Thank you for playing Heavy Spotting in the first game on stream, promising the viewers the Heavy Spotting gameplay that Imma and I were so excited for. Before we get into that, we've got to look at both team comps. Sundrops comp, that is a scary comp. The rushdown power off the Crab, the Wiper, the Tetras, and you see it already now. Besties getting wiped off the face of the earth.
Yeah, that is a whole W key comp if I've ever seen one. It's like there's no backing up. There's just move forward and getting those splats. It's like Splash is going to sit on that tower for a good while. In fact, they're about to get their crab tank soon enough, and that'll just allow them to break through that checkpoint, but they're not even going to need it. That's going to be 2 more down already. I can see how that first match just went from a 0 to 100 or vice versa in so quick a time.
Yeah, it's looking like that could have happened again. We're already down to 40 a minute into the clock. We're going to see Spec trying to run out this tower with the Spotling, dodging across from that Stamper. There goes the Booyah Bomb and the Wavebreaker down just to try and create some chaos. This top left side, though, needs to be under control, and Sundrops, 2 members do fall, and the other 2 marked in mid. So finally, Besties able to get some control and not let this map snowball out of control.
Yeah, Besties did a good job with their defense here. Like, that second checkpoint's hard to break through unless you have control of that right side, but with the Wavebreaker down and just the Heavy being able to stay alive, they're able to keep them from getting too far with it. And now with the 2 members down already. That's going to allow it to take even more space. Oh, that make that Tetris going down. That's huge. So now they're going to have plenty of space to be able to start making that first checkpoint.
Yeah, those tri-strikes are going to make some space up here. Bestie's going to want to be moving up with that. They got a tactical cooler ready underneath all the canopy, but the crab is out. They just got to watch out. The Booyah Bomb's going to get shredded. They're going to get shredded before they can use it at all, and that's 3 members down. Make that effectively 4, and this jump is going to be camped. Even though you got tactical cooler buff, you're most likely going to be gone. Besties, they get effectively wiped in that scenario.
They didn't even make it through the first checkpoint, which is quite unfortunate. I mean, like, it's still early on in the game, but, you know, with Sundrops taking the first game, they are definitely being on the dominant side of this, but that is going to be 2 down off of Sundrops, but 1 effectively down from Besties there. I don't know if this is replayable because it's already down to 34.
For me, I believe the rule is 50. Every tournament's a little bit different, but the majority of the tournaments, and I'm pretty sure IPL, it will be 50 or the 3-minute mark on the clock, and both had been passed. So this will be most likely going in favor of Sundrops, especially with Besties still playing it out. Unfortunately, I did see the zap going a little bit faster than the zap with the tactical cooler can normally go. So sometimes Nintendo moments happen, but other times it's difficult. And hopefully Besties can bounce back because tiebreakers are always crucial. The way that they're playing this match is over.
I mean, we did see the Tetris in the ballpoint go down in that bout there, so they are certainly putting up a good fight here. But once again, that is going to be that's going to be a wipeout right there. And like, with Sundrops already in the lead, it's just like that's just going to play against Besties in the long run.
Yeah, and Sundrops, they have to stay focused here. They want to be able to close this game out cleanly. They did look like they're not playing super serious in mid, but with that Stamper going in and the Reslider able to get get so much value out of 2 specials, which historically have been known as not the best.
Nah, they have definitely not had the best track record up till now, but certainly they've been making good use of it in this match. And we see the Wiper, the Tetris push up. Well, the Tetris going way deep in that base, not letting them get a chance to stop this push. Oh yeah, with a Wiper like that, it's going to be KO.
Yeah, and that's signed, sealed, and stamped. The Ultra Stamp just getting thrown in the spawn to Sundrops, moving up 2-0, and that means that they've won this series, but we still got one more match to play here.
Oh, for sure, and like, in the grand scheme of things, that last match will still be able to do some damage later on. They'll be able to maybe break a bracket with it, but, you know, it is going to be Rainmaker Manta Maria, so we'll see what Besties is able to do with it.
I gotta say, that was the first time I've seen a sitting fist bump on stream, and I like that. The different tiers of the emotes can make it hard for fist bumps. I don't know, I'm just pulling at straws here, I'm mad. Because they're realistically Besties, they're showing they're able to defend that first checkpoint, defend that second checkpoint, but when they started pushing, it looked a little bit difficult, and we can I can kind of tell why they Sundrops were up 2-0.
Yeah, and just Rainmaker is definitely going to be playing into Sundrops' kind of style they had going there. Like, unless they really stall out with their initial push against Besties, I imagine they're going to break through that first checkpoint pretty quickly.
Yeah. This will be a very interesting Rainmaker Manta game, because even though there are checkpoints, this map can go pretty darn quickly, especially if you have a weapon as tactical cooler. I know that Besties were running a zap. And you don't normally want to get rid of that after using it on tower control heading into Rainmaker. And so this map, if you get some good splats and your tactical cooler ready, you can zip this really, really fast, especially on that right side.
Oh, absolutely. Now, we did see, like, Manta Maria, both teams have been running a Splatling, and Manta Maria is peak Splatling map. Yes. You know, it's like the gradient is so good. And like normally I would say like heavy Splatling definitely has a good advantage here, but the ballpoint just having that little bit of extra range and just aggressive power with this kid, it's like, I hate to say it, but unless they're able to take down the ballpoint, this Splatling is going to have a little bit of trouble, I think.
Yeah. I know you know this, but not everybody in stream knows it. The heavy Splatling has an unfortunate scenario in the Rainmaker game. Because heavy Splatling itself loses to the Rainmaker weapon. It's just the Rainmaker itself. It doesn't have it has the range to take out the Rainmaker. When the Rainmaker charges up a shot, heavies can't usually, they can't run away before that explosion, that second part of the explosion happens, because the Rainmaker paints your feet. So most of the time, heavies trade. Ballpoints, on the other hand, outrange it, and they have the extra run speed in short range mode, or whatever they want to do, to get out, or to stay out of the range. Plus Inkjet, plus Fizzy. Overall, Ballpoint's kit clearly favors it in Rainmaker.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's not even close in that scenario. Heavy's still a good weapon on the other 3 modes, especially, and also if we want to include Turf War, it's also really good there. But Rainmaker is, if you lose to if you're a weapon that loses to Rainmaker itself, you're not having a good time. That's why we won't see too many undercutters used.
Yeah, it is unfortunate, but we'll have to see what they decide to do with it. Like, it is like the talk, like, it's Meta Maria. Do I keep running heavy, or it's Rainmaker? Do we not run heavy, or maybe they have a ballpoint stashed in their back pocket? We'll have to see, because I know heavy splatling is, like, it is my personal pick for tower control, so it could be a TC pick.
Yeah, I don't know. It's, for me, I can play anything on tower control. I don't know. I can play bow if I want to. Play heavy. May you rest in peace, Booyah Bomb and Stingray. I miss you. And Ink Strike, I miss you. Splash Roll, I miss you. But you know what? We got Kraken now. If only I could stay on tower at that. Darn it! Why did you have to get nerfed before the heavy deco came out?
I was like, they took the one aspect of Kraken that was totally broken right before heavy got it. Like, oh, well, I guess now we can't have fun with it.
Rainmaker, Kraken really punishes Rainmaker hard, because you outspeed, you outpace most Rainmakers, unless you're running pretty much maximum swim speed on a light weapon, you will be able to catch the Rainmaker with your Kraken, because of the extra slow tendencies of the Rainmaker weapon itself when the user is holding it, and also the invincibility of being able to just camp a pedestal in overtime, and the team hasn't broken through that, so you could see some of that. 96 cal can have some usage, but realistically, other weapons that we might be able to see here is Sloshers. I've seen the rise of V-Slosher, and V-Slosher with the Ink Strike can really work out well here, and especially have bunker control and have mass control. And it paints, Sloshers are a good weapon to paint the wall.
And I think, as you say, like, Sloshers are, because of the ledges that you kind of got to control as well. Like, as you said, just the bunkers and the mass, like, just having key points that you have to have control of in order to push forward, or on the other side defend from. Sloshing is able to, like, just completely focus those areas and just completely nullify them.
I can't believe it when you look at the matchup, like, the list of weapons, and with Machine not being the second best weapon in the game and the most influential weapon in the game, because Splash was great because of Burst Bomb and Crab. Machine was great because of Machine. With it falling, you see V-Slosher, Rapid Deco, Rapid Pro Deco, those all come up, and also other weapons that just get hard countered by it. The buff of overall Bros working better helps them, and also the fact that Machine doesn't just make them no longer exist in the world, because Machine isn't the all-being presence of the almighty Lord Arceus, or Hylia, whoever you look up to.
Indeed. Now we
don't
just
really have a Splatoon god, do we? Oh, Zapfish. The great Zapfish. There we go.
Ah, yes. The god that sits on the tower and naps all day. No wonder we have some network issues.
Bro, everyone's got to finish the solo mission so you get the Zapfish back, honestly.
Oh yeah, it's like, that's why we lose people, is because they haven't finished the story mode yet, so they don't have their Zapfish to watch their net for them.
I know. Nothing to power it up. Alright, let's see what's going on here.
And we talked about Zap, Catacooler, but then we also talked about Bucket. So Tri-Slosher Nouveau, that's certainly a good mesh of the two. It gets a little bit more aggression from the end Zap, just because of its its slosherness, but having that tactical hand as well just like really accelerates it in Rainmaker.
Yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of cool things. We haven't even talked about Tetras and how strong just Tetras are in general right now. The difference between it's really cool seeing what Tetra players what they can do when they finally have a special that allows them to do something other than die relatively immediately. Not having splashdown and not having splashdown with moves forward on a inflatable shark, and also not having auto bomb rush.
Yes.
Yeah, bro. I don't feel bad for Tetris players because their weapon has like always been so strong, but I felt bad for them due to the fact that the only thing they ever get is their weapon. They don't really have anything else to play with. When you're saying, "Oh yeah, I like using auto bomb for auto bomb," you know you're hurting.
Yeah, I gotta admit, I do not miss bomb rush of any sort. I do not miss it.
No, I don't miss it either. And I don't.
We get micro bomb rush with Splash and Junior. We're good.
Oh, you've never played against Hitzel's burst bomb rush of 8 burst bombs, bro. Or like an E-leader just throwing 8 burst bombs at you in Splatoon 1. Just think about that, people. 8 burst bombs. Yes, they did. Yes, they only did 50 for direct. But 8 burst bombs on a backline weapon that can kill you at a squiffer speed, and also farther than what E-leader range is now. Ooh, NCU through walls. Ooh, flashbacks.
Yeah, don't miss it. Don't miss it.
Yep. No. I do miss it when I'm playing solo queue to for highlight montages, but I don't miss it because it invalidates pretty much playing half the weapon classes on certain maps. I'm looking at you, Mori Towers. I swear, it's E-leader players that voted for that map all the time, to make it so then it was in Smash Brothers.
Yeah,
we didn't realize at how powerful that final Fest in Splatoon 1 vote would be, that it would actually be a stage in Smash Brothers.
Dang.
Yeah. Should have voted for a good one, everybody.
Well, I haven't touched Smash in years, so it's fine.
Yo, same. Same.
I was like, I'm too busy playing Splatoon. What do you mean? I can't play Splatoon in Smash.
I played Splatoon and what would you do at the end of Splatoon 2 with that 3-year gap?
Play more Splatoon?
Oh. I played Minecraft, so that tells you something.
Actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, I did too. There was definitely less Splatoon and a good chunk of Minecraft in there.
I played, was it Wind Waker, Twilight Princess, Skyward Sword, Ocarina of Time, and Majora's Mask within that 2-year span.
Dang, you want a rampage with the Zelda?
Yeah, I replayed all those games after playing them before. And played, I don't know, I did so much of, in 2 years of not playing Splatoon. Because as much as I love Splatoon, it's also nice to look at other games. But right now, when we have all this new content coming out, why would I look somewhere else? And then I see the Tears of the Kingdom boxing beside me, I'm like, play. Must play. Anyway, sorry everyone for taking so long. They are having some internet issues to rejoin. I'm just gonna check the match chat, and it looks like TOs are saying go quick or no play. But yeah. It's been a lot of stalling here, I'm mad. But I gotta say, what's your favorite weapon besides the Spotling out of the new weapons that have been revealed?
It's like, if it's not other than Spotling, you really need to answer that question. But that's a tough one. I kind of bounced around for several different weapons. I was definitely on the machine train for a while until it got nerfed. I'm not a diehard slosher fan enough to stick with the machine after that. So
True.
But I think as I was saying earlier, it's like I started picking up 52, the 52 gal, just trying to find a weapon that is able to like still do like some midline kind of things, but still have the speed and kill time to be aggressive. Because traditionally, like a lot of my favorite weapons are like the Splattershot Pro or the Rapid, but those weapons don't necessarily play quite as quickly.
No, they don't. Not at all.
How about you? What do you play when you're not playing your heavy?
Ballpoint. Oh,
there you go.
And past that, I've gone back to my sailing routes and picked up my tent umbrella, my camping and sailing routes. So have you ever seen me with the either the black blue, that dark blue black sailor suit, or that creamy white sailor suit, and playing tent? You know I'm having a good time. For like 4 games, and then I play against 4 wipers, 2 stampers, a machine, and something else. Oh, hold up, everybody! Game time! We got a game here. Woo! I'm out. I thought we were just gonna have to stall to the next round.
Well, we're finally able to make it. We're gonna be seeing no changes from Sundrop here, but an E-Leader and a mini Splatling coming out from Besties here. All right then.
They got a sub. No, they didn't get a sub. No, they didn't get a sub. And we won't be replaying this because of time constraints. If this game does not finish, we can't replay it. People, no, read what the TO said. Anyway, I hope they can rejoin quickly. I think this match will most likely be going in favor of Sundrops. Congratulations to them. They played hard in the first match, but I hope Besties can. Yeah, it's over. It's over. The match has gone in favor of Sundrops. Sorry, everybody. I don't know. I'm stumbling here. Well, do you have any words for this one, or do we just want to break? We stalled enough.
I mean, like, even without the DC, Sundrops has been playing exceptionally well so far in this set, so I feel like they're definitely the favorite to win regardless, but yeah, it just... Nintendo moment strikes again. It sucks, but it happens.
Mm-hmm. But luckily for everybody who is watching, because this match took 40 minutes of the first round, round 2 will be starting very, 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 very quickly. And so quickly... Indeed. Do you just want to run through this, or?
Oh, heck yeah. Let's do it.
Alright, let's just run through this.
It's like, we'll take 1 second, take a break, and we're back. Alright, hello everyone. We are going on to our second set.
I gotta look to see. I know the teams are on everybody's screens. I need to do a little bit of research to want to know a little bit more about these teams. Before we do that, I see my favorite map mode combination in that bottom right corner. Thank you, Pauline. Putting that up there. Scorch Gorge Clamblets, and oh boy do I love this map mode. If you've ever heard me commentate, then you know how much I enjoy it. Grading, availability to attack and defend well on this map, Sprellas being good, Blaster being okay here, and most importantly, Splatlings. Dominate this map. Whether I'm playing Ballpoint, maybe Hydra if I lose a bet, or my favorite two, Heavy Splatling and Heavy Splatling deck. I'll return to the king.
I can see Hydra on Rainmaker on this map, but I don't know about Clamplets. I don't know
really?
about Clamplets.
You sit top. If you hold top mid, sit top mid, charge up your Booyah Bomb, throw your Booyah Bomb, you engage with your team.
Oh, that's true.
It's not very good at retaking, and its defensive capabilities are set on snipe or get pushed out. It struggles for being a Hydra. But yeah, it works. Chargers here they can work, but they're oftentimes just get bullied. Even Tenebrella can get used here. It's a great map. Weight Breaker's good here. You can see Custom Juniors, even though I've never played Custom Junior in the history of any Splatoon game, but I don't know. Before I used to be enough, I'm mad. Do you like this map too, as much as I do?
It's a nice map. It is definitely not one that I hate. There are some maps that I will absolutely avoid at all costs, but this is not one of them.
W's. W take.
I will say I think clams is definitely my favorite mode of this map. Like,
What do you mean you don't like that giant zone that nobody can paint?
Oh yeah, the giant zone that you can drop and never back up. Yeah, that is so good. I love it.
And we're one of the few weapon classes that can actually get out of there, aka get on top mid and then run
Just
across
walk
the
away.
grid really fast.
Walk away.
Yeah. Most weapons walk away slowly. We walk away very quickly, with pace.
Speed walk. Speed walk.
Anyway, this will be a great match. I'm really excited between it. My research has not proven to be well. And oh, look at that! Splatoon, Hagglefish, and Tower Control, Inkling, Arctic County. Who would have guessed that? We've already gone through Hagglefish TC, Mako zones, Hagglefish zones, and then Inkblot TC. It's crazy. Almost like they're popular map mode combinations that work well.
Yeah, I see them a while. It's like people like them apparently.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm still just waiting. I honestly haven't seen Wahoo World with its pole in the middle. I've very rarely seen it. Interesting note before we get into it, Imma. Have you played the new map, Dime Barnacle and Dime Barnacle?
I played it a little bit. I think mostly clams so far. I haven't had a chance to try out zones or tower control.
Zones is getting a lot of good positive feedback.
Oh yeah.
For Scrimbucks, High Level's enjoying it, and High Level's kind of I've gotten some drift words that like, hey, this is a good map. But then also I've heard people say, no, stick with the old stuff. We don't play new maps. All plus ratio plus your bad takes. But that comes with everything. You know, the last time we had a map like, hey, this has got some usages and could be interesting in a map pool, we got Flounder, and now we're stuck with it. And I was the person who's yelling L take. So I need to give it a try. Just Lord Nogami hasn't been able to put it in rotation for me to play yet. So I was just wondering if you'd played it so far.
Yes, I have not been lucky with my rotations either. I think I've played it in a scrim because it was part of a map pool at one point, but that's about it. I've not actually been able to play it in solo yet. But I feel like it definitely is. It definitely favors us Splatlings a lot better than Flounder did. I'll say that.
Yes, it does. But yeah, with that, oh, we got a game. There we go. Please be longer than the last game. I mean, it's almost like we've talked for 15 minutes and had 17 seconds of gameplay.
Indeed. Oh, is that the new jet squelcher? It is a custom dually squelchers. Chumping beacons, people.
Chumping beacons? I'll let Hornet cook. I will let them cook. I don't know. It's just interesting because Wavebreaker here. I don't know. I want to see how it does. I want to see a super jump kill. That's all I want to see on stream.
But then we also have the Dark Tetra dualies on the side of Ika Inc here with Forehead Dan. We were talking about Tetras and their Zipcaster earlier. I feel like it can definitely play some moves, especially going against the all point. It is like just zipping up to that sniper. Like, sorry, you can't defend today. Here it goes. It's going up again. Oh wait, no, that's a Stamper. Never mind.
Stampers got rolled on by a crab. Color coming in clutch. You're gonna want to be watching out for this Inkjet. To stay alive. And Ika Inc, they're going to be able to push in without giving up any points at all to their home basket. Hornet's going to be dropping in, trying to take out the Tri-Slasher, but they're going to be forced into mist, trying to roll away. They got multiple members of Ika Inc coming up, running at them. There's a Zipcaster out for Ika Inc. They need some clams to their name, though. They got 4. That's all they've got. They need a little bit more than that score, and 2 of them go down to the Stamper.
Oh man, I feel like that's the one downside of this map. It's like you get in the first minute or so, it's like there's no clams to be had. It's just like fighting each other with okay, who's got the clams? Nobody's got the clams. All right, we're good.
Yeah, it's a rough moment. We do see that the 96 gal does have its Kraken at the ready. So it can throw that power climb to the side, and if it wants to, it can run a basket. It's looking like it's gonna cause a little bit of distraction, run over this power climb here on Revelation. Gonna trace that ball point down. Can they see if they can find it? And they will. They'll be able to punish it with their team. Good job to get that ball point out, and they do see a jump here, but they're gonna have to watch out because that might be. Oh my gosh, I got chumped.
You got chumped.
Oh, I got chumped on Mike.
Oh, I hate to see it. Or who's this sharking on this wall here? The dualies here. Oh, the nice pick. Not quite able to get the second one here, and it looks like Ika Inc. is going to be setting up for their own push, but it's kind of evened out 2-2, and the Stampers just completely locking it down. But here comes the Kraken trying to make something happen. Here comes the jump as well. This might be the first basket break of the match.
And it will be. The 9-6 isn't able to follow it up with any more clams. Get taken out by the Stamper pretty darn fast there. Ika Inc. They still have some members around. B-Boys just sharking it down. Actually, they're going to be jumping out. Smart play. Save that Inkjet charge that they will have. Be able to fight back with your teammates who are here in mid. We see Forehead Dan trying to run in there with Tetra. That's A-okay. They'll be back for John.
I'm looking at, like, both of these teams are running the Zipcaster Inkjet combo with the Try and the Tetras on the side of Ika Inc. here. But it looks like they're going to be pushing way into the base here. Revelation just absolutely taking over this left side here with 2 members down. They just need clams at this point. They can totally take this basket, but they got to consolidate their clams.
Yeah, they got to get those together, and they're going to have to punish the Tetras. They will be able to do that. Inkjet is out now, causing a lot more space. Crab as well. More clams are coming in. There's a pity clam at the ready if they want to grab it. They do have the duelist cultures, which could put a beacon below the basket, and they jump back to get that power clam, but they are going to be falling all the way down to 68, 65 now. B-Boy with his Inkjet trying to defend for Ika Inc. They find some more members to be pushed back by Revelation, but the Tetras are going to fall in a trading fight with the Stamper. Lots of battles going out, but that's going to be the clam baskets closing up. Good lead for Revelation.
Yeah, I've been looking for, like, waiting for those beacons to come out, because I think especially on this map that it's just so huge. You can definitely get some good beacon placements and really accelerate the comeback of your team. Like, so far, the Ika Inc. has not really let them do much with it. Like, beacons have not been up for very long, if at all, and already Ika Inc. is starting to push into their base. We see that Kraken online, but the Tetras just go down in that fight, and so it's a try. They're gonna get the ball in, but, like, they have half their team gone.
Yeah, they got the power in, and if you're gonna do that power climb jump, you need more than one power. It's not valuable for your team to get one singular clam. We are down into the under the final minute here, so if they do that this time in overtime, that will have value because that will create lead. You can't force yourself to do that every single time. And here we see Revelation gonna go for a strong push.
Did I just see a Inkjet take out another Inkjet, or is that playing tricks on me? We see Revelation open up the basket and getting a hefty lead off of that push there. 20 seconds remaining, and they still have lots of control here. Oh, with the dualies here really pushing up. That's going to put them off the back foot, and the Zipcaster coming out as well, just trying to shark or keep control for as long as possible. The 7 seconds remaining. They only have 14 points, but I don't think they're going to have enough control left to be able to keep that basket open. Oh, but no, it was just enough. Overtime does not go into effect.
Yeah, I thought for sure the basket was going to close, but no, the basket stayed open just long enough that Ika Inc. could not let their pity claim drop from the basket. So that will be game 1 going to Revelation. And honestly, I'm amazed at what I saw from the amount of value that Hornet was able to get on the custom build sculptures. Because I was thinking without the spot bomb and without Wavebreaker, they weren't going to get as much value.
I honestly saw them pushing up the ramp, like, oh, there's the Tetras going. Like, wait, no, that's the other team. Is this the duelist sculptures? And yeah, they're definitely playing some Tetra moves right there.
Dually, no matter what duelies they have, they still have the dodge rolls. They can still be very, very, very tricky to pin down. And I'm looking to see if Ika Inc. or Revelation come in with a comp change, because Scorch Clams plays very different than Hagglefish levels.
Absolutely.
One is, yeah. Well, not only are they 2 different maps and 2 different modes, but overall, just the map layout and the feel, they play different.
Yeah, it was, I feel like Scorch, you got a little bit more wiggle room. You can come at it from different angles, but Hagglefish, you really just got to brute force your way through. There's not too much room to maneuver. So, I don't know. I can definitely see if they wanted to stick with the dueling sculptures, bringing in the Wavebreaker, because Wavebreaker up in mid, just like throw it behind one of those obstructions in the middle, you can get a lot of value out of it.
And maybe we see the return of the Super Chumps. That could be something. I know that the overall Inkjet and Inkjet Zipcaster combo is really, really, really scary. Because at any point in time when you combo those together, you have a weapon that can always follow up with your inkjet shots, which is sometimes what ballpoint and rapid and tri players can struggle with. Not having somebody follow up on their inkjet shots if they aren't able to connect on those directs. So having that zipcaster be able to go in and cause chaos with the inkjet, taking some of that fire off of the inkjet and how scary that is super helpful. And that's helpful even if you have a crab weapon. But you just have to be able to stay alive long enough to get said zipcaster.
Exactly. Going into the second match, no change. Oh wait, no, we do see the Wiper deco swapping off those Julie's clusters, so sticking with the beacons, but bringing out the missiles instead. And it looks like both teams are rocking the Wiper deco now.
No, it's happening, people. The apocalypse is upon us. The missiles are coming back. Average reflex player, scared of missiles coming back. I don't know. I can't believe it. Anyway.
20 seconds, we already have missiles. I mean, what would we expected?
Wait, that's it? Oh my goodness. Try 5.
It's gonna be Ink Strikes coming out. It's just like it's a bit of a scrap here. We see several members of Revelation going and trying to pick some fights, but it is gonna be Ika Inc coming out on top in this first bout. And with 2 members of Revelation respawning, they're gonna be able to push up a little bit farther. Oh, and the ballpoint going down as well. That's gonna be huge, just keeping them in their base.
Yeah, the amount of stall that's going to be able to be caused by the ballpoint falling there. The Zipcaster is... Well, both teams actually have 10 missiles at the ready. It's going to be used inside of Revelation. We do have that Zipcaster ready. It's going to be waiting for either this Crab Tank or this Inkjet to go in. They are going to be able to go... Actually, just walk down zone. No, sorry, that's Hornet on just this regular Wiper. Able to go in and get the spots that they need and able to get this cap. Got to watch out because the Tri is going to be able to punish them. B-Boy is going to fall, but after that trade, that's A-okay.
Yeah, going into that close range with the Tri, I would be surprised if the Wiper came out alive, but Revelation getting a nice 3 down off of Ika Inc there. They're going to be able to, I expect, to take this lead back with the amount of paint coverage they have and just the amount of just control that they're able to maintain. That the Zipcaster's coming out, the Tri goes down, and that is going to be the lead taken for Revelation.
Yeah, and that's another one gone. We're gonna see this Crab Tank out. Gonna try and be able to follow up with that zone cap of the Tri strikes. They do know that there's 2 members of Revelation on that lower right side. They are gonna be punished if those missiles are out on zone, causing a little bit of confusion. I don't think those missiles were at the proper time because now you're not gonna have those for your take.
That is true. We do see a crab coming out for Revelation. It is gonna be popped here, but there goes the Stamper and the ballpoint as well. There's nothing to really follow up with it unless they just kill the other team. The Wiper almost got the zone cap there, and they have yet to take the lead back, so Revelation still maintaining the lead.
Yeah, both these teams, just the missiles onslaught. You get the zone, you get missiles that come back right at you. It's pretty funny to see. And is it funny? I don't think it is. But anyway, both teams just trying to fight. Revelation, they lose 2 members. They're going to want to hold on to the zone for... They're gonna actually retreat. Smart play. You don't wanna give up bodies here now.
No, especially with the Inkjet being online now, that's gonna be a great tool for pushing back in. Especially considering they are now 2 down. They're gonna be able to just walk in and take down the Wiper as well. The Splash doesn't have Crab, and they're still hanging on for about 2 more seconds.
Yeah, here we go. Both Stampers are going, or both Splatonas. Why do I just call them Stampers? I don't know. Brain sometimes. Both. Why did I forget their name again? Oh my goodness, I might take it.
Well, Ika Inc they're kind of staggered. We saw the Tri and the Splash go down one after the other, and now the Wiper is going to be taken down as well. They do get 2 off of Revelation and stall out the zone, but they're just kind of grasping at straws right now. The Splash is going to be going down again. That's going to be that Crab out of commission. And with only 15 points remaining and 3 members down, yeah, Revelation is 100% going to be taking this second game.
Yeah, with taking the second game, they'll be taking this set. There will be a third game. Will still have to be played, but very, very, very strong in the second half of the Zones game on the side of Revelation. Stronger than my brain at the moment.
Yeah, it's like with the Ultra Stamp and the Stamper Splatonas, I get them mixed up all the time. And just the fact that the other Wiper has the Stamper, or the Ultra Stamp, it's just like, what weapon are we talking about again? it's just all Stampers.
Yeah. Oh, It's been a long time since I've been in the commentary booth on IPL. I think the last time was Texas. So it's been over a month. It's been over a month for me to be here. Just how schedule and school works. But you know what? We gotta de-rust. And thanks, Imma, for sticking with me. But while we de-rust, let's go to a map that isn't rusty at all because we play it all the time. We see it all the time. And it's fun to use and it's fun to see and it's fun to play. I wonder if we're gonna see anything interesting, spicy, or unique going into this game. Because game 3s of a play all 3 when the series is 2-0, we often can see maybe a practice comp or grander ideas, some may say.
Yeah, just a little bit of experimentation. I don't know. Like, nothing really comes to mind. We could see some blaster play coming out. We talked about blasters being exceptionally good on TC, especially with the fall of the let's see, now I'm blanking, the machine. We could see some S blast or even rapid of pro or regular coming out, especially considering the Deco has that inkjet.
Yeah, Deco inkjet plus torpedo. We have actually been seeing that even in like as high up as Starburst has been running that. So it's always a weapon that has been useful. And I got an earful on my plane ride home from Texas from Siren saying how good that weapon has been for so long, even though it's been in the game for 4 months now. Yeah, 4 months. I don't know. That thing's interesting. I still can't play Rapid Blaster. I don't know. If I direct somebody with a blaster, they should fall. That's my opinion.
Just doesn't matter how much damage you do, they should just instantly go back to spawn.
Yep.
But we are going to be getting into it.
Here we go. Right. Anything spicy? Anything spicy? Nothing overly spicy. Actually, nothing spicy whatsoever.
Yeah, we are going to be seeing the return of the dually squelchers, but this time it is the vanilla variant with that splat bomb and the wave breaker. Definitely could see that being useful, but we're also seeing the return of the Dark Tetras. Did we see that in the last match?
Yeah. Yes? No. I don't know. I can't remember. This map, though, the Grand Wall, if we're going to see the top right, bottom left, that Grand Wall of Inkling, you can jump really, really high onto that and sit there and then zip cast anywhere on plat. And it's infuriating watching the spider squid just sit up there and pray for you to not look at it for half a second. And then it just zips down on you and spots you. It's an incredible art to see sometimes.
Which is quite fitting, being we are on Inkblot Art Academy. And just the amount of places for it to stick to on this map is insane. But we can't sleep on the Inkjet either. Nice pick from the Inkjet, and that's going to be the first checkpoint down for Revelation. They are off to a good start. You know, we talk about, like, Bats is the place to be when you're on offense here. But it looks like Ika Inc. is going to be able to stop that before it really gets out of hand.
They're able to stop it before the second checkpoint does even really get pressured at all. Revelation, they're still here. They haven't fallen. And as soon as I say that Ace goes down, but that's a stamper. They're back quickly. Hornet's going to try and stay alive in this bottom right, but they're also going to fall. Commentators Curse coming in clutch for Ika Inc.
Yeah, they're... Oh, and the ballpoint going down as well. And the splash. That's going to be a huge dagger off of Revelation. And the Stamper is the last one alive. Are they going to be able to solo control this tower? They're certainly scaring them off. Like, there's still a lot of blue ink on here. And Hornet just coming in from the left side. Ink wasn't given a chance to really make something of that 2 down. And already Revelation is back on tower.
Yeah, tower running forward. That Wavebreaker caused some space. Ika Inc., they're going to try and hold on from Ace's Zipcaster here. They're zipping around, dancing, bobbing, weaving, and they're going in with that Zipcaster and, those Tri-Strikes and this Inkjet. Doing a good job. They got the spots that they need. They got to live now if you're the side of Revelation. Over Ika Inc's Inkjet. That's another Inkjet coming out from Ika Inc., as they do have that double. Crab is out as well. Somehow, Revelation are keeping most of their members intact and alive here. These Tri-Strikes are out, going to be able to pressure this third and final checkpoint. He's trying to stay alive. They're not able to. And Hornet also falls. Everyone's falling on the side of Revelation, and I don't believe there's going to be a jump in from the ballpoint. Ika Inc. holds on, but barely.
Yeah, the third checkpoint is certainly the hardest to break through, but it's a lot of points that you have to bring back if you're Ika Inc. here. They certainly have done an excellent job of pushing up. Like, they didn't let Revelation come back for free, so getting some paint on the map and another 2 down off of them, they're going to be able to get another stab of this tower. As if they're watching for Hornet on that right side. They're not letting them get another pick like that.
I want to see Ink get those double jets up again really, really quickly. Because with the chaos that they were able to do with that was so darn good. Tri-strikes are out only. They all get down. But 2 members of Revelation fall to the crab tank. This is really good job from Ika Inc. They're coming back in this. If Hornet and Ace or Hornet and B fall, that would be detrimental to Revelation, and they do. This Inkjet B-Boy going off. It's able to get another one. That's the 3rd kill that B-Boy is able to get. There's another Inkjet. Gizmo's going to try and pop theirs. Find the Stamper on this right side. They'll be able to pressure them out of the fight so much that they are not useful. All the way down, they're going to be able to get the lead all the way down to 17. This is insane. B-Boy's riding this tower. This checkpoint is about to fall if they can stay on it for just a little bit of time, and Color's going to get on it. 1 point left on this checkpoint for Ika Inc. They're back in the game.
It's so close to knocking that out, but again, yeah, getting the 13 while Revelation has a straight shot to their own checkpoint. They're gonna have to fight through Ika Inc. now. It's like in the last minute here is not a position you want to be. Like, that was such a good play by Ika.
Yeah, now those strikes are they're gonna try and find some space, and that's gonna be the Tetras going down as soon as they pop their special. That's an unfortunate scenario. We're gonna see a jet coming out and a Zipcaster trying to push out that crab. They're able to take them down. This tower needs to get moving. There's 30 seconds on the clock. This snowball could start rolling for Revelation as long as they can connect on these final splats.
Oh, but the Ancient coming out, and so that's going to be 2 down off of Revelation. That's going to be a huge detriment. Like, they do take the 2 down off of Ika Inc., but, like, the damage was done with 15 seconds remaining. The time is not in their favor. All that Ika Inc.'s got to do is just lock down that tower and tap one of the members on it, and that's going to be game. But Revelation, they are holding on. They are pushing that tower for all it's worth. They have the Ink Strike coming out. They have the Inkjet coming out as well. They just gotta stay on that tower, gotta watch out for the try coming up from behind. And that's gonna be game for Ika Inc.
Oh, there were 3 members still on around tower, but none of them were on it after the try got 1. And wow, what a way for Ika Inc. to come back and take a game in this series.
That is the one downside of rocking the Inkjet or the Zipcasters. Like, you can do a lot of pressure, but when it's on towers, like, you gotta have someone riding that tower for it to be in your control, and they need Ika Inc. was able to get their try up there and just stop the push in its tracks.
Yeah, wow, and that was exciting. I was thinking with the match being down all the way to 20 inside of Revelation that this match was going to be another 3-0 that we're going to be seeing, but good job from Ika Inc. coming back, bouncing back after being really pushed hard on that tower control game. Bending, not breaking. And when they bounce back, they bounce back hard.
Oh, absolutely. Like once Revelation got down to 20, like I thought for sure that it was going to be over, but the good comeback of Ika Inc. and that's kind of what you see from tower controls. Like, and you can't sleep on them when they get that ball rolling.
No, this will be another good series coming up. But with that, I'm definitely gonna say we are gonna throw it to a little, so we can get some rest, and you guys can get a rest from your ears because you guys have been hearing us for
long time,
about 50 minutes now. So with that, we'll catch you guys all for round 3 after this break. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everybody, and welcome back from the break. I am Genie7, joined by Imma, and this is my announcer voice.
We are back in our round 3, George and Friends versus C Drive. You know, it's like, I love C Drive's name. You know, as a IT graduate, the clan tag, oh, so good. I love it so much. But then also on the other hand, we have our good friend Devi on George and Friends. Hydra player, absolutely crafting the styling. Love to see it.
And Chump User Cactus Yeti, and yes, Devi will be playing as well. Don't be confused by the name. Don't be confused by the name. But this is gonna be an interesting matchup. I always love seeing N-Bounds try Stringer. Yes, I'm a Spawning player, but I've always loved the idea of bows coming in this platoon. And getting to see somebody who's very phenomenal at it, and I hope N-Bound brings it out. More than likely will. This will be fun.
Indeed, we're gonna be starting off on Rainmaker's Scorched Gorge. Just like, this to me, I feel like this map mode is so infamous. Just you have such a good chance of making a comeback until it reaches that ramp, and then it's like, oh well, you're gonna need a Hail Mary play to come back from that.
Yeah, this is a map. Yeah, you said it. It can go deep into the enemy's base. Ideas for comps. Yeet will be able to see probably Galoogs. That's really what they're strong at. And that's what they've played historically that I've seen. Actually, I did lie. This is the second time I've commentated. I commentated with Devi on another stream on Saturday. But this is the first IPL event or any major stream since LTC. I was commentating with Devi for the first time. Amazing person.
Absolutely.
I'm a spicy
absolutely.
take here. Devi Zap. No spotlight from Devi. Devi's gonna play Zap here.
You know what? I can see that. I know she's
see that.
What is it like?
How do you see that far in the future?
It's Rainmakers. Like, Zap is good. Zap was my alternate weapon when I was going into the Splatling game, but like I could definitely see playing that. I know she's been trying to find something that, because Hydra's not been working out as well for her, and there you go, you called it.
Didn't have stream open at all. Can't take the credit. She did talk about it, and we're gonna see double splash coming out, and you can be playing those CDS again. That's 2 CDS we've seen today. That's the more than we've seen Machine. That's actually crazy.
Indeed. Is that a tri-stringer as well for C Drive?
Yeah, not surprised. N-Bound is a tri-stringer, like a Zapfish or God, as some may say. They're very, very good at it. And Killer Whale plus the fact of tri-stringer in its burst, its chippy damage is awesome. We're gonna see the Rainmaker trying to push it down on the right side. This a thing we've got to look out for CGI's comp is double Toxic Mist, and on Rainmaker that is catastrophic.
Oof, yeah. You cannot pass go with a Toxic Mist or 2 or 3 in your face.
Yeah, that's gonna be first checkpoint falling in the favor of C Drive. They have their Inkjet landing now. We're gonna be seeing the splash trying to go around a member of George and Friends. We're gonna see if they are going to be able to come up with Chump User is going to let the Rainmaker slip a little bit past because the Tacticooler is in their way, and that's unfortunate. Can't always shoot through that Tacticooler, and it allows the Rainmaker just to slip down to 42.
Yeah, the Tacticooler makes a great wall, but also a great wall for the other team. But George and Friends are going to bounce back quite effectively. That's going to be a lot of paint on the map for their side. But it's like, this 4th special's on the line here. Like, they are ready to rock and roll.
We're gonna see those chumps going out, and again, it's funny. I haven't seen a chump kill. Let's see. Maybe we might get a chump kill. Nope. 49er stays alive. 49er's not gonna be the first one to die on that jumps on stream on IPL. That'd be a badge to hold.
That's a shame. But oh, we do see the jump coming in. The splash making a pretty risky jump at surviving. There's just gonna be the Crab playing defense here, and C Drive is down 2 members. That's enough to keep them from getting that pedestal, but there's still a lot of yellow ink on this map for George and Friends.
Yeah, we're gonna see 49er running through with his Ultra Stamp, trying to see what they can find, and mount on snipe with this bow. And get, that's what you like to see from a bow player. The perfect triple shot connection from the bow.
That has got to be way more satisfying than any charger shot. I'm not gonna lie.
No, it is. It truly is.
You see Drive, they are slowly making their way back, but the nice pick from Yeet. They're going to be grabbing this Maker and going for it, but unfortunately the Crab says, no, not today. They're going to stop you right there, and C-Drive is slowly getting some map control back. It's just a tussle in mid right now between George and Friends and C-Drive. It's like, who's going to come out on top here as we go into this the second minute here?
Yeah, Tacticaler's out, and members of George and Friends have fallen, but they should be back pretty darn quick. Actually, I don't think they all got that Tacticaler buff. There is a beacon which they can all jump into. C-Drive is losing their members as they try and make this push down. Inbound is going to be sitting down in this lower right in the Rainmaker free zone. They are probably going to be ticking a little bit faster than normal. They want to just be able to stay alive with this Rainmaker, and they are going to be able to... actually, no, I thought they were going to be able to get a kill there. Jump user, but they weren't. Rainmaker shot not able to connect. And this is George and Friends' opportunity. Tacticaler and 2 members advantage. Let's go.
Yeah, they got a straight pass forward. Chumps are going to be coming out in a little pain, but this try coming out from behind. Are they going to make something happen? But no, they're going to be sussed out and completely shut down there. Now it's just a matter of trying to clear path long enough to get to that pedestal. They do take out the Wiper, and that, just barely got shut down before they could take that pedestal.
And Inbound's able to get a connection there. But Yeet is still alive here on these CDS, and I'm hoping that's Boeing and not the match. I'm going to open Devy's stream just to make sure we can see if the match is still happening. The match is still close, and yeah, the match is actually still happening. So I'm gonna do my best here to say what's going on. At the moment, the Rainmaker we are under a minute, so we have 50 seconds left. The score is still 42-69 for C-Drive. George and Friends are trying to get this Rainmaker moving. The CS are down. He's down. That's 2 down as Devi does fall to the Tri-Slosher in mid. Rainmaker just still sitting at the pedestal. The last time we saw it has now neutralized back into mid. Just over 30 seconds remaining in this match. Both teams trying to fight for mid. Overtime is looming. Inkjet is out, coming out from the Tri-Slosher of C-Drive. Still on Rainmaker Scorch. The lead in the favor of C-Drive. 20 seconds left on the clock. There's an Ultra Stamp out for 49er. They're going to be running on and use it. He is still alive, just running on with mid. Devi, they do have that Tacticaler up. They are going to be grabbing with the Chumps. 10 seconds on the clock. Inbound uses their Killer Whale, trying to shut down this Rainmaker. 6 seconds on the clock. Nobody has grabbed this Rainmaker. Finally, the Rainmaker has been grabbed. There's 2 members. Make that 3 members down. Just a Rainmaker alive, and that is it. That is going to be game. C-Drive takes it. 42-69. My goodness, what a game.
Yeah, after C-Drive got that nice lead there, even though George and Friends was able to get the checkpoint on their I think their second attempt, it's just like there's so much back and forth. Like, there was never a complete wipeout on either team, and so just the fact that there was so much shuffling, like there was never a good clear advantage for either team, and so that just played into the favor of C-Drive, which just all they got to do is play for time once they get that lead there, and so they were able to do just that. We saw Inbound with the Rainmaker just keeping it in that corner, keeping them from being able to pick it up or push it forward.
Yeah, and yeah, Boeing's able to grab, hop back right into this lobby. We are going to be going into Clambas, and we do have zones from lobby coming up. I think we're going to be able to see Dev go back to that, back to her patented splat lane. So yeah, this should be some good balanced matches coming between. But looking forward, that another weapon that is going to be really good here coming up in the museum is Wiper. And we saw 49er rocking that the whole time. So I wonder how much damage they can possibly get done here.
Indeed. You know, like, see, I am torn. Like, any other time I would say, yes, bring out the splatting. It's time to do some splatting action. But going up against a Tri-Stringer, especially in a museum with such open space, like, it is brutal trying to fight against a Tri-Stringer on this map.
I haven't remember playing against a good Tri-Stringer on this map, so I haven't really seen it. I remember I played it, but then again, I played Tri-Stringer when it was before it got a little slight buff, and crabs were twice as strong as they are now. So it's been a hot minute for me. So I'm excited to see what Endbound pulls out, because they showed what they can do on Scorch.
Oh, for sure. And I'd say like Toxic Mist and Killer Whale, like not necessarily as powerful as it is on Rainbreak, but the fact that it's clampless is still pretty darn strong. Like you can cover that ramp and that block so well.
Anyway, here. Oh? Okay. Yo, Devi with the heavy deco. The Devi. Woo! Let's go! First heavy deco of the day.
Let's go. We'd love to see it. Bring some more heavy action to the gameplay. And we see, is that Endbound on the ballpoint there?
Yes, Endbound on the ballpoint. That's crazy to see that. They're gonna be rocking that ink jet right now, and you see back on to their patented Gloogs. They are going to be trying to run in through, and they have found Endbound on the plat. 49er usually are going to be trying to sniff them out. They are going to be in a very difficult pickle and popped out by C-Drive.
Yeah, C-Drive getting the 3 down off of George and Friends, and now they're going to have so much map control to work with. They're also rocking the clan economy as well. They just need to consolidate to get a push going, and now we're going to be seeing that crab coming out, but they do lose to 52 there. That's going to be one of their initiating weapons down for the count. And I think the Stamper's able to get a pick and stay alive with 2 members of George and Friends down. That's going to be opening up the way to their basket.
Yeah, the basket is going to be coming in. There's going to be jumping. For me, they are able to stay temporarily alive. It's just going to be jump user, and Devi's still alive. 42 is what the points are all the way down to. Devi's going to run again with her Kraken. She's going to try and find 49er. Roll around, trying to find the members who are on the spinner for C-Drive. Does find one, but not able to get the finishing on it, but that's okay. Their teammate's able to come up clutch and get it. Just going to be Endbound somewhere with his ballpoint. Now sent back to spawn for the wipeout, but already down at 33. Really strong lead.
Indeed, like that's what you want to see for an opening push. Like it's still, George and Friends has a chance to come back. We still got 3 minutes left in the match, but yeah, 33 is huge for a first push. But we see the crab just getting popped on the plat there. It is 2 power clams in possession. The Kraken comes out, but you know, C-Drive doing an excellent job on the defense. I think that's Yeet going to be go down, but they do manage to break it open.
They're still alive, and they're going to be able to jump in, and they got another petty. But are they going to be able to keep the basket open? Yeah, they're going to jump in. Can Yeet have their teammate jump in? No, they jumped in a little bit too far. Chump user not able to throw that clam in the basket. It wouldn't. That would not have gotten lead, but my goodness, would have gotten close.
Oh, for sure. Like, that would have been, what, 37? That would have been just a couple clams away.
Endbound. They're going to be using this jet. Can see what they find. They are able to find 1. I think they were able to find 2 here. They're going to force another one down. Davy's going to try and stay alive. They're approaching their Kraken right now. George and Friends are able to defend pretty darn well at the moment. They got to watch out because this 52 is on their plat and is able to get 2 shots down. Not able to find any more than that. They did get some splats to the name, but they got to watch out now. Crab is out. C-Drive retreating.
Yeah, C-Drive is going to have to back up here. Well, 49er says, no, I think I'm going to stay here, but they do get taken down, and so does the Splash. We do see the ballpoint on their plat playing defense, but Yeet's going to be pushing up, putting some pressure on that ballpoint. And do they? Yes, George and Friends do have a power clam ready to get that basket going. Yeah,
they got to watch out because behind them is the Gal. The Gal's going to be able to punish out onto the power climb. Yeet's going to be the only one that can grab it because Devi, she's in her Kraken and can't grab it. In this moment in time, the Killer Whale is going to cause so much damage, and 2 members are falling from George and Friends.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. They had a good opening there, but just the pick on the clam carrier really just stalled out that push right there. But we do see Cactus doing some little sharky. Gonna come up behind the crab, trying to get the pick, but they are able to get the assist off that, and they're gonna be able to overwhelm this clam user. But the Wiper is gonna take one with them.
Slushi, there on the Gal, been such a nuisance in this game overall. If we were able to have that, glorious splat and assist counter on the screen still, but it's not able to be here anymore. I believe they'd be pretty darn high. And George and Friends, they're gonna get effectively wiped here. This pushes from C-Drive could easily end the game.
They could potentially, but they are going to have to get the power climb. The 52 did build the power climb, but threw it back, and there was no one there to pick it up. They do have. Oh wow, that's a lot of clams to their name, and they are.
Where's the Gal going? Wait, Wait, where'd the gal go? The gal's gone. Oh, they've gotten the spawn. Okay, spawn control. And they'll be gonna splat there. Slushy's just chilling up here. They have 2 clams on their name, so they're gonna be able to stall this basket for a little bit. The power clam isn't gonna be able to be thrown in from C drive. I think they're gonna get sniffed out here, and they're gonna be able to escape though with their life.
Yeah, I was about to say, do they know? Does Jordan Friends know they're up there, but they are found out? But I feel like the damage was done. 19 points, like, they might be able to get the overtime here as the pity clam has been spawned, but oh, that's a lot of map control for C drive right now. It's like, with 2 members down, Jordan Friends is really gonna have to pull a fast one to bring this match back.
Yeah, but they have the fast one card. The fast one card is the Kraken. Davy's gonna be able to go back and retreat with this and get a safe position, but they're gonna lose Cactus in the process. You need more of Jordan Friends to come in. Booyah Bomb is gonna be going out, but they need to get these clams. They need to get their basket. Basket's gonna close. You gotta make this jump. Not able to, and they won't be able to get those more clams into the basket before it closes. And C drive able to take this set 2-0. There is still one more game to play though.
That was so unfortunate. Like, the spinner was not in the right position to make that jump, and so it just, when the splash ball came up on that block, there was no way to get to the basket. They had almost a clutch push at the end there, but C drive is going to be taking that match.
C drive, that's a strong victory for them. Looking to go towards zones Umami and inbound, rocking out the ball point. Not expecting to see that one, but I respect it, and they definitely have been practicing with that weapon because it looked mighty fine.
Yeah, mighty fine indeed. Now, do you think, like, me personally, I love Umami zones for Splatling. Do we think they'll stick with the ballpoint, or will they bring back the tri-stringer?
That's a difficult one because this is like ballpoint's one of its best maps. It's, you get great control of the tarp area. You've got great control of mid, long range, be able to shred people around close walls if there's any close walls. The only thing that struggles with is in long range mode, its painting power on zone isn't the greatest. It's not like other Spotlings, but overall it's one of its best claim to fames, and I will see ballpoint still ring true here, even after the nerfs that it'll get in 9 months.
Yeah, you know it's coming. You know it's coming, but you know I have with you there. Like, just ballpoint, because it's zones. I think just because of the fact that it's zones, I'd imagine Inbound sticking with the ballpoint for this. Now, we did see the heavy deco from Devi in the last match. Will they be sticking with it, or are we going to be seeing the return of maybe an Enzap or something else?
Something else. Definitely something else. Whether it's the Hydra for comfort pick or ballpoint for the ballpoint, I definitely think Deco is a Clamblitz pick. Deco's best modes are Clamblitz and probably Rainmaker due to the fact Kraken just gets launched off tower. It's always like Deco will not be as good as even regular heavy on zones. It's
for sure.
It's crazy for me to say it, but Sprinkler is actually it does a better job than Kraken on zones. Depending on the zones map, of course.
True. I feel like the heavy deco is like, it is a fun weapon to use, but there's just, it has less opportunity to shine than the vanilla kit. Ooh, we are going to be seeing hold up. So we're seeing the Hydra, but that's an arrow spray coming alongside of there.
Oh, arrow spray! I guess it's a Fizzy Bomb user, and you farm Reef Sliders, if that's anything to write home about. I like it. I like it for a third match. Just go out there, have some pride, and try and have some fun.
Oh, yeah, the Reef Slider coming in, getting the zone pick, trying to make something happen, but no, they're not gonna take that from the arrow spray. The splash gonna shut that down, and it is kind of a, oh no, I was gonna say it's a bit stalled out here, but the 3 down off of Jordan Friends C drive is gonna be taking this first zone.
Yeah, C drive, they're rocking it up, and yeah, we gotta say Inbound is sticking to that ballpoint, showing that it is a strong weapon. That Inkjet is gonna be out. Gonna try and find Chump user, but they are gonna get taken out. But it's gonna be a Crab getting mighty fine punished by Tri-Strikes. We're gonna have to see this Slusher getting punish, and they will. Sea Drive, though, they're still in control of the zones, and they have members jumping back in. I don't think it's going to be easy for Georgia Friends to cap this.
Nah, they...
Oh, wait, Reslider? Big slider? No.
Didn't take anyone down, but it was enough to open up or keep them from painting the zone long enough for them to take it. And 3 down, just the try remaining. And they're going to be able to wipe it out. That's going to be huge for Georgia Friends. Now the Splashes have a chance to push up and start getting some points back.
And look, they've got crab tanks. One's 90%, one has it. So this is insane. They can pop this crab right here for Cactus. That could be good. Unfortunately, they're going to be tri-striked out, and there's an Ultra Champ that gets punished. Inkjet as well. Inkjet's going to be alive, but both are out, but they can't really paint zone. As long as you can stay alive for Georgian Friends here. And the Splashes do go down, but you should be able to jump to Heavy, to Devi, who has that Booyah Bomb at the ready. That is 25 points left to go. Here's going to be a Restarter. It's going to be 49 out, but Endbound follows it up with a kill. Chump User is going to be able to find some more spots in Endbound. Last alive on the side of Sea Drive. This is going to be almost game because I don't think you have enough time to get to these zones.
There's not enough time, and with a pick like that, that's gonna be GG for Georgian Friends. Oh my goodness.
Bro, let you cook on arrow spray. That man's never gonna get off of it now.
Listen, we saw the Splashes. They pushed up. They did their crab thing in the base there. They kept them there, but then once they went down, the Booyah Bomb, then the Reef Slide follow-up, that stalled for so much time. They had enough time to come back and keep that zone. Like the plays off that was so good. Like, I'm impressed.
Yeah, that was a really good, solid bounce back game. Again, we had 2 games that went in the favor of one team, and then the third game going to the favor of the team that lost the first 2 games. Makes it exciting. Makes playoff 3 a little bit more redeeming to watch for everybody, and it makes you feel. Unfortunately, you don't win that series, but you get a consolation prize out of it. It makes you feel good to take home.
I feel it is also tough. Like the first 2 modes are they're tough. Like they're both like an all or nothing kind of mode, but you know the zones they were really able to bounce back with that. I think that was just the opening that they needed.
Yeah, and this is an update for the rounds of round 3 for Nessie's pool. With that, I know we've got a little bit of a break here before we're gonna be able to see the first round of Great White, where everyone gets seated in. So, unless you want to sit around and talk for a while, because I know we're always good to talk for a while, we might just see the folks on the other side of the break. Does that sound good to you?
That sounds good to me.
Thanks, everybody. See you on the other side.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Swimmers Inc. 112. It is I, Mad Gamer II, and I am once again joined by the one and only Genie. I would ask how you're doing, my friend, but we've seen the team matchup, and I don't think you're happy about it.
No. I've got nothing against these players, but these team names got me going in a circle. Got me going in a circle. And Valorant's got me thinking about the Jett and Sage couple duos that like to ruin my games. When I just want to do my own thing. We can look at thanks Bowling for putting up the map, something positive to talk about. Tower Control Mako.
Yeah, Tower Control Mako. I think we've talked about like zones Mako. It's not, well, in a team environment, Splatling can work incredibly well for zones Mako, but I feel like Tower Control even more so works well for Splatling.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I'm trying to stay professional and trying to stay posed. But nah,
stay positive.
Nah, I'm gonna do my own thing. Me personally, I wouldn't take that that level of that's just me. I forget the whole story of it, but anyway, we're doing good here. I hope Tower Control Mako goes well.
Indeed. Now, I am not familiar enough with either of these teams or the members of these teams to like get a good estimate of what we're going to be seeing on here. But just the fact that it's Malcolm Art, I would be surprised if we did not see Vanilla Splash.
I agree with that. Vanilla Splash has been is always strong through the burst bomb and crab tank. As much as they can nerf it, it's still very strong. It's just the fact that Tower Control's always kind of been crab's least used mode. We do see Neo Splash, and we do see double 96, and we also see a regular Splash. Plus, both teams have dualies, and Carbon and Slosher coming out on either side. So I'm liking these combos.
Yeah, I was gonna say like Slosher is definitely a good bet because of just the amount of ledge pins and stuff. And Carbon, I see Carbon so much on this map because of there's a lot of places for it to push up and hide without it getting sussed out by longer range weapons. And already we see the crab doing its crab thing on that tower for this checkpoint.
Yeah, and those go the tri-strikes out. They're going to be able to slow down the checkpoint for a little bit, but as soon as Ninja jumps up back on that, they're going to be all the way through. You see Cheese Mine here on this gal, going to get taken out by Ninja, and the Zipcaster is coming through. Personally, they are going through with this tower. They're rocking it down, but they aren't able to get quite to that second checkpoint yet. They've got a lot of the spots, though. So with Yaro getting back on, they should be able to get this one mighty close to being capped.
Yeah, both teams have lost half their members already, but so far, me personally has been able to stay in the advantage of the playthrough. You know, we do see the Kraken coming out trying to keep them from getting too far with it, but there's still a lot of map control already.
There is a lot of map control, and the Carbon's able to get one before going down in a trading scenario. This is going to be, that's just me trying to push the tower again. Ninja has to watch out because She's Mine's here with that Kraken, and they're able to get 3-1-1 Pierce. Oh my goodness. Skewered like a meat kebab, spun around like a shawarma. My goodness, what a Kraken.
That is huge. That effectively stopped the push in its tracks, and now, I'm gonna do my own thing. Has a chance to really make something happen. And like the double with the Zuka there, and now they have so much orange paint right now. They are so set for this push.
They are set, but they got it down to the magic number, but they won't be able to get any further because the members of the team, they aren't quite there yet. And A's going to be going down, and Shizman again gets so much value from that 96. This time in the Kraken, don't think they're going to get this miracle triple because there is just not 3 members alive on the side of personally. But this time, the rest of the team members of I'm doing my own thing, they're not here in this push. I don't feel like it's going to get anywhere now.
Yeah, me personally has definitely come back and able to solidify or secure some more map, and like just taking that corner there really can stall out the the tower when it's on that checkpoint, and they did a good job of doing that. And with the strikes coming out on that plat, there's not a whole lot that I'm gonna do my own thing can do. We do see the Kraken coming out for me personally, and that is gonna scare them off the stack there, but the 96 still doing good work keeping them from pushing that second checkpoint.
Yeah, and that's the 96 guy getting another one. Here goes that Kraken trying to pressure at the tower. They're going to go for a round for a flank. Going to try and find, and I think they're going to dodge and weave just a little bit too much. Nope, they're able to get that spot on that left side of the screen. Guys also on that tower able to clean up the rest of the members of personally. But I'm going to do my own thing. They got to get a little bit more, a little bit closer to that lead because 40 right now, it is vulnerable, but they need to get that tower moving.
They do indeed, and they're going to be losing their splash. With the bucket and that 96 just staying on that left side, like they have to be able to take them out in order to push forward, but they're not be able to get the picks that they need to really make something happen. And me personally still has a lot of map control to boot, so it's like they have a free pass back into mid whenever they want to make a push.
And here they go. Me personally, they're rocking out with this Crab Ninja on this tower. They see two. I believe they see two on that left side. They're going to call their teammates to go for it, and the Zipcaster's in with A on that Slosher. And that's going to be a good slosh on to that, across that splash wall. This checkpoint is going to be contested with the tri-strikes. They're going to stall at this push. Me personally, they're going to have these now as well on their side. Pushing this tower, Ninja's going to fall right close to it. She's Mine's able to come up clutch to try and get this tower. Falls in this jump. Dizzy might be going back to spawn unless the tower can save them. Ooh, they stay alive because of their Tetra.
Tetra doing Tetra things, able to get the trade before getting back to spawn, but it's just enough. With the 96 down, the Kraken's going to be out of commission, and they do pop the Crab, but the 96 on that left stack there is going to slow them down so much there, and they lose their splash before they can pop the strikes as well. It is falling apart for me. I'm going to do my own thing here. Me personally is once again control the tower with 30 seconds left.
Yeah, 30 seconds left on this clock. We're going to see what can get done. Kraken's a good way to maybe get to tower, but it's not a good way to really push through tower. We're going to see Yarog use theirs on that top right. They're able to get one. They're able to get two. Will they be able to find his? Probably not, but the Zuka has to come out quickly. They're going to need to find a lot of value that with that last shot, not going to be able to find anything. They need to find A and Yaru, who are on this left side, able to find one, but they got to go to the tower. Their team needs to get to the tower, and the tower is rocking all the way to glass. They will be able to get on it, but they have to watch out because Ninja's going to be able to rock their way on the tower if they're not careful. Rally's going to be the only one alive, and it's going to be a wipeout. Me personally, gonna come up clutch with the game one.
They did it. That's so much solid control during that whole match. Like even when it felt like they were 2 or 3 down, we saw the absolute play by the Kraken taking 3 down. But even so, they were able to come back fairly quickly, and just they weren't able to. The other team wasn't able to get the checkpoint even with the wipeout there. So I felt like just their ability to come back even after a wipeout like that just really allowed them to take that first game.
Yeah. Me personally, I would not take that level of that's just me coming up on tower control with their Rising Scout and the Kraken and some good Zipcaster usage. I'm feeling like the Tetras will definitely come back. I would like to see Yaro come back again on that 96 Scout. It worked well on tower control, and it can work just as good on Rainmaker. And looking is not play all 3. It is best of 3 now. The Climate Rainmaker would have to be a map if now I'm gonna do my own thing comes up with the win on this next Rainmaker map. But 96 Scout also works very, very good there. So I would be a little bit more surprised if Yaro changes it up. Then again, I've known Yaro from SAC in previous other tournaments in the past. Their frontline capabilities in lower, upper mid-level, lower high level is very, very strong and very, very capable.
Indeed. And though we saw both teams rocking the 96 there, I feel like even though we saw the excellent Kraken plays from now I'm going to do my own thing, but then just the fact that they were going up against not only a slosher, a vanilla slosher, but the fact they had a Crab too, it's like they weren't able to really make the full potential of their kit with that match. Like they're just, the slosher does not, they just ignore splash wall completely. And then just the Crab is able to stay out of range and do Crab things on towers. So it was not necessarily a good matchup for them. So if they're able to find a way to counter that for this Rainmaker match, I think they can definitely pull something out here.
Yeah, it's this is going to be a good match. It's going to have to be a really strong match from Amadou. Now I'm going to do my own thing if they want to stay alive in this early phases of the Great White Bracket.
I don't see. We do see Dizzy going on the Tetris here, but so other than that, I don't see any changes to these comps here.
Nothing. Yeah, nothing crazy. Being swapped up. We are gonna be seeing those tri-strikes come out, and me personally, they're gonna try and run this Rainmaker to this first checkpoint. They gotta watch out because there is a Tetris on the left side of the Rainmaker. They're gonna be falling, and they gotta watch it as well because the Carbon is there. Carbon's gonna go and run for the Rainmaker and get one. That is huge. Even with the Kraken chasing them down, going down in the scenario is okay as long as you can train with that Rainmaker.
I'm gonna do my thing. Is they're I was gonna say they had control of their plat for 2 seconds, but they lost it almost immediately. They have so much yellow paint around that checkpoint. It's going to be first checkpoint for me personally, and already we see Yaru pushing up, getting some nice space here. It's just she's mine with the Kraken trying to find something happen, but just they do get the one pick off the Tetris, but Ninja going to be running it.
Ninja all the way down to 23, and 23 on this map is really, really good. That's past those pillows. That's past where that ramp starts to go, and that's in a pretty darn safe area. Gotta watch out because Yaru can just use his Kraken and either get 2 or grab the Rainmaker. They're just gonna get 2. Smart play there. I'm his. Gonna try and defend this Rainmaker with the other member of Nam and do my own thing. That Rainmaker's gonna reset, but at what cost? 23 is insane on the whole.
Yeah, 23 is huge, and with the amount of control they still have, they have a chance. Yeah, they're gonna pick it up almost immediately. Try to run this again. Like, now I'm going to do my thing is doing their best, trying to push them off their plat here, get them away from the spinner. But there's just, even the Carbon play is not able to make something happen. They're 2 down, 3 down, and it's just the 96 left with that Kraken.
Yeah, 96. It's gonna be able to most likely stop the Rainmaker if it's not sitting way up here. And the Rainmaker is gonna go smart right side, where the Kraken also can't really touch them very quickly. And they're gonna just camp with the members of I'm gonna do my own thing, except the Zuka's here. Zuka's ready, and it's gonna be able to take out the Rainmaker finally. But there's just no one left alive from I'm gonna do my own thing.
Yeah, they got the pick, but it's not gonna be going anywhere. They're just gonna be able to pick it up and keep on running it. The Slosher here getting the 2 down. Was there a flank? The Rainmaker went down already, but there's too much yellow. They're just gonna pop it and run it once again.
Yeah, this is insane. I'm gonna do my own thing is getting pummeled, and me personally, I would not take that level of disrespect. Is really disrespecting them. I added a word in there because they are kind of disrespecting them all the way down to 5.
Down to 5. I'm surprised. Like, the strikes were so spot on. Like, it was just a complete tunnel of ink to the checkpoint. The fact that they were able to stop that through all that is impressive, and so I think they are going to reset that. But you're basically giving it right back to the other team at this point. Like, look at the amount of yellow that's still out there. Like, they do get the 2 down, but they're going to really have to start pushing up and taking space to stay in this game.
Yeah, this is gonna be so difficult because they need the paint control. They need their splash to pretty much paint the entire map for them. Tetris aren't the world's greatest, and definitely 96 and Carbon are lacking in the overall painting department. So it's gonna take a lot of splats really quickly. She's mine, able to get 1, but they need to find some more. They're gonna have the Kraken ready, trying to find the members of me personally, who are going to be caught out around the sponge area. They're going to be able to slow it down, but their teammate falls in that scenario. A minute 17 on the clock. This match, it's a long hill they got to climb here.
Do indeed. They did have quite a bit of map control back in their favor, but already me personally is coming back. Ninja picking up the Maker, and they are on their way back to that plat. It's almost like they never left.
They never did, really. Quick respawn can do that for you.
They don't have quite enough time to really hold the Maker for the good amount of time, but they just gotta stall at this point. 5 is practically a knockout at this point. Like, even if they lose it, they have so much to their advantage just being able to defend here, and if they're able to stall us out in their own plan, like, I'm gonna do my thing, has not a whole lot of options left.
At least the Carbon's able to get something there. That's good. Dizzy Aslan, we gotta see A on this left side of the spinner falls well, but they're still there, and
oh no, you hate to see it.
That's a rough one, and the Rainmaker's still gonna be unpopped up there. I'm gonna do my own thing. I don't even think they're gonna be able to pop it and get there in time. They're not gonna be able to get there. They're gonna pop it, but yeah, the other counter strikes from me personally, I would not take that level of that's just me. Are gonna come out with this victory and seal it out with a overwhelming 95-0. If that wasn't a knockout, then it was pretty darn close.
It certainly was, and like the first tower control match, I felt like it is me personally had a lot of the advantage for most of that match. I think now I'm going to do my thing, have some good plays in the first match. This one, they were completely shut down. Like, they were not even able to get past mid for the majority of that. I think the couple times they picked up the Maker just immediately got picked and sent back to spawn.
Yeah, wow, what a strong game 2 from me personally. With that, I'm at I can't hold the professional wall up anymore with these 2 team names. Bong's gonna cut me off before we go to top 8. We're not doing top 8. We're not doing top 8. So you know what? I guess that ends our thing. And I'm mad because the other stream match that we were thinking of doing is 1-1. So
dang, guys, we're gonna missing out on some prime splat opportunity, but you know what? There's gonna be more opportunities coming along. But unfortunately not for us. That is going to be the end of our run in the booth here. We're going to have to pass it on to another set of pretty excellent commentators, I must say. So, but before we do that, where can the good people find you, Genie?
They can find me on my Twitch or Twitter. That'll be Genie7. GEENIE7 _ on Twitter, no underscore on Twitch and all other socials. Yeah, I'm taking a week off of streaming because I'm enjoying my summer vacation for school, I guess. But
let's go.
Most of the time, yeah, we have fun stuff. And especially, you look at my VODs, you can see a nice, cool stream match that I'm at and friends we did of Quad Heavy. That was fun.
Heck yeah. Well, you can find me on all the usual places, Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube at IMedGamerII. And I know Discord's been running out the new username, so you can pretty much find me on there as well at IMedGamerII. But yeah, it's been fantastic. I look forward to Wednesdays, and I appreciate Boeing here for streaming. Much love to them. As much as they don't like the hero replica of the heavy splatling, it's fine.
Oh, right. All right, I should leave now. Bye-bye. I'm going to the other place, GG.
Well, we're going to be going to a short break. We're going to be passing it off to Nox and Toma, and we wish you all a good night. Stay tuned.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Swim or Sink 112. We're going into our top 8 now. My name is Toma. I'm going to be here on the mic with you, along with a great commentator alongside me, Nox. How are you doing tonight?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you hanging in there?
It's been an SOS to remember, but we're going to be getting this underway with Decay versus Legato. Two really strong teams starting off the battle here on Flounder Heights. Tell me a little bit of what you think about this stage, Nox.
I enjoy having Flounder Heights in tournaments. When I'm playing in them, do I have that stance? Not necessarily, but I think they're really good at showcasing which teams can figure out how to adapt to a map mode that, while we play a lot, is so different than everything else. The verticality really changes how you have to play it, and it can really change up weapon picks.
It sure can. I share your same sentiment there with, when I'm playing it as a backline player, not my favorite map to see, but I always have an absolute blast commentating this match. And there's always such fun weapon picks that come out. You'll see those backlines typically go away. You see a lot of sloshers or rollers or those really fun sharky weapons that can poke up over those ledges, and it's really fun to see that kind of gameplay.
Every once in a while, you'll actually see missiles come out here. Missiles do tend to do fairly well here. And Wiper already did well here. So I'm really interested in seeing if we see Wiper Decos start coming out here a lot. Definitely a weapon that could do well.
Yeah, especially with that 190p for missiles, which I know has been such a hot button topic since this new patch released.
I don't think Look, missiles are not what they were. They're still very strong. They're still very functional. It's not Splatoon 2, though. Thank God.
No, thank God it's not Splatoon 2. I did not miss getting 10 missiled every 2 seconds. But we see what they're bringing here into this game. You got that ballpoint on both sides coming out, as well as that Neo Splash, too. You got a little half of a mirror match, and then you got a Tri-Slosher with that Inkjet, and a Carbon coming out to round out Legato, along with a V-Splash and Octobrush, which I think is a really interesting and fun choice, especially with the Zipcaster on this map.
Yeah, I am fairly sure that Junkie pretty much always runs that Octobrush. I'm pretty sure that's what they are comfortable with, and we do have a DC already. So, there definitely will be a replay.
You sure will see them just chill around there on the top of that town.
Yeah, I do like seeing the double Inkjet come out here with how much high ground there is to play with it, with that vanilla slosher, with that vanilla Tri-Slosher and that ballpoint.
Yeah, I think it's fun. It's actually, like I said before, backline weapon player for my team, but we found so much struggles on this map trying to fit in a backline, and Tri-Slosher is actually the exact weapon I've been picking up to try to change our comp up here, and I just think the Inkjet, along with that bucket, is so much fun on this map.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I also really like that Toxic Mist can help impede the enemy team from moving in too quickly, especially with all these heights and walls and jumps you typically want to make. Like, there's a lot of areas where you do want to maneuver pretty quickly here due to how awkward it is to move around. And Toxic Mist does interfere with that. It also can prevent any flank. It also can make you aware of flanks more easily, like with that Octobrush and just making that audio cue.
It may be a little bit of a hot take, Nox, but it is my favorite sub-weapon in the game. Coming from a Tri-Stringer and C-Jet user, I just love being able to Toxic Mist.
Yeah, I have been on Toxic Mist propaganda for a few years. I don't necessarily think it's always the best, but it is always fun.
And personally, that's how I play the game. I like to have fun while I'm playing this game. But of course, I'm not a great white finisher, so.
Yeah, I've been in Great White a handful of times, though admittedly I tend to just play Paint, the weapon. Which has changed between games, but you can play Paint, the weapon, in all Splatoon games to some degree.
It's
pretty effective.
Sure can. Map control is so important, especially in spot zones. The whole point of spot zones, you've got this zone, you've got to control it. How do you do that? Paint. I've seen having better painting weapons. I've seen games come down purely to that, especially when teams have really equal mechanics.
It definitely can, but there are times where you just can manage to get that lucky quad, and you don't need to worry about your paint then. It's not luck usually. But there's oftentimes just every once in a while you'll see a team that has one player that can really focus on that paint output, and everyone else is just kind of skirmishing.
Yeah, I think I love that kind of gameplay. It's super duper fun to watch, you know. Though I'm interested to see how this will play out, assuming they're going to be sticking those same comps, because like I said, backline is something I see a lot of teams drop here. So
Yeah.
seeing that ball point come out, but
Well-
here's the thing. You don't have to use it super long range. It's got
Yeah.
that really great short range painting mode.
It's got mini
that
mode.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that makes such an interesting dynamic for it on a stage like Flounder.
Yeah, it definitely does. And it's also, I mean, don't get me wrong. A lot of people are playing ballpoint right now, which I love to see. I love getting to see Splatlings in more use again. Not loving that double ballpoint could become a thing again. I didn't need to go back to double ballpoint emotionally or mentally, but I guess we're there again.
Yeah, that's how I feel sometimes when I see tri-sloshers coming out and I get like the very, very beginning days of Splatoon 2 flashbacks.
Yeah, definitely. Always, ballpoint is a hard weapon to balance, to give the devs some credit here. They didn't, like buffing Inkjet inadvertently buffs ballpoint. But a lot of people are focusing more on just using it to get special right now, which is understandable, but like, at this level, teams aren't doing that. But at different levels, teams are, and it's okay to do that. But also, its long range mode is really efficient at getting those picks that you need, and it has such high mobility, even compared to other Splatlings, in my experience with it at least, that it's very effective at even on maps like this, if you can get back in, which that double inkjet should allow them to do.
Yeah, it definitely can, you know, and you see people, all the Flounder discourse that goes on in the community with talking about ways to get back in, and I think that the verticality of the inkjet really helps, because you know you do have to approach through low ground to be able to break back in, but if you can catch an unexpected flank and then get above people with that inkjet, it works absolute wonders.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, another thing I believe both teams were running is having that triple ink strike at the ready. I believe both teams had a Neo Splash, and I have found triple ink strike to be very useful for breaking back in on this map, especially with weapons like Carbon and Octo Brush in the comps. It just allows them to be able to move in through those trip strikes and be able to maneuver way more freely without needing to necessarily worry about a stray bomb or having their location be as known, which is always a great benefit.
Yeah, it definitely is. And the way that top level, the way that they play off each other too, you expect the second that those trip strikes are popped that you're going to see someone move up through them, take space with it, and really try to combo off of it.
Yeah, it's always important to do that. Lots of great weapon combos that can happen here. Flounder Heights sure is a map mode that is, I don't know, like we've seen a lot of upsets on Flounder. Flounder is very much a map where upsets happen.
Yes, it certainly is. Well, you know, let's go away from Flounder for just a second. You know, we can talk our ears off, our mouth off until, you know, the sun goes home. Let's just general Splatoon thoughts that are going on, Nox. You know, we talked a lot about that inkjet, and while neither team is running this weapon, one thing that I think has been really interesting seeing coming into the scene is the Ika Nova and the way that it's able to farm up jets and get into maybe more aggressive positions too, and I absolutely love the gameplay that I've seen from that weapon.
I definitely think it's really interesting. I don't think it necessarily fits in every comp, but I think that inkjet is more, I wouldn't say it's mandatory right now, but I would say it's pushing that level right now in these higher level comps. And I think that Ika Nova is a good way to achieve it if you don't have somebody that's necessarily comfortable on a ballpoint or a tri-slosher, because it is a very comfortable weapon to play, and it will get you just about as many inkjets as you can in a game. There's not many weapons that outpaint it.
No, there certainly are not. It's crazy too. If you had told me even just last season that we were gonna see like double inkjet comps come out, I wouldn't have believed you. I'd be like, no, that's not gonna happen. I don't think that we're gonna see that. But it sure has happened with that buff.
Yeah, it is interesting to see double inkjet again. Once again, not the first time we've seen double inkjet. First time we've seen double ballpoint and double inkjet together sometimes. And admittedly, most teams that do it aren't doing double ballpoint. It's just every once in a while you'll see it and it's like, oh, right, that is an option we can have. Right. Okay then.
Yeah, the fun, crazy kind of comps that, are starting as a result of it. But it looks like hopefully we'll be getting back into this very, very soon. Just kind of like off of the opening that we did see there for just a little bit there, Nox, do you expect any changes to come out based on what we've seen, or how do you want to see maybe these teams open based on their comps?
Well, I mean, obviously I'm expecting with the Carbonate and Octobrush, we're going to start off by just potentially seeing some trades coming out from either side. I do expect that the Carbonate and Octobrush will probably at least manage to take one person out with them. That's kind of what those weapons tend to be fairly good at. This is one of Octobrush's best maps by far. It's definitely a map where it runs around well, it feels good here, and Junkie has been playing that Octobrush for a very, very long time. They are not new to that weapon. They are comfortable with that weapon. And of course, you can't go wrong with the Carbon Roller on this map, as we saw Alliance Rogue do back in the Ink TV Resurgence League.
I absolutely love seeing the Volti Carbon. The kind of plays that come from Volti were so insane to see in that league. And it looks like actually we're going to be starting back into this game finally as both teams load up. Looks like, yep, we are going to be seeing the same comps coming out on... Actually, was that machine there before? I
believe they actually have a sub in there. I believe that is actually a different player out of memory.
Yes, it does.
But that'll still be interesting. Machine is very, very solid on this map, like you were talking about earlier. Buckets tend to do very well here, although considering that it's had a slight ink tank consumption and shoots slower now, the Tri-Slosher's Toxic Mist will probably actually be a pretty big nuisance to them.
It sure looks like it will, although then Storm does manage to take out that Tri-Slosher there in the opening, but goes down to this Carbon here. But right now, Decay has a pretty good hold on this zone as they're pushing in on that Carbon.
Yeah, and they managed to take out the Carbon before they can get that Trizuka off, which is probably what they were going for there. And we are seeing Legato starting to try to break back in, looking for resources, trying to stay alive, and not quite managing to. Having their ballpoint go down there is absolutely huge. It eliminates an inkjet, and the Carbon just can't manage to stay up at this moment.
No, they can't. You notice a little bit staggered, but it looks like they are going to be backing up, waiting for those Tri-Strikes and that Inkjet to come out in tandem. But Junkie there on that Ink Brush ready to pick the Inkjet is going to put a stop to Legato's entry.
Yeah, Decay doing an incredible job here of just making sure that they're holding the space they need to and giving up what they need to make sure they can easily recap and not take too many losses. Although their Octobrush does go down here, they still have a lot of control. The Carbon's going to try and find a way in here. Don't know if they'll be able to, though, with the amount of paint coming out. Gonna try to chase down Nilla. Nilla gonna manage to jump out as they're climbing up that wall.
Yeah, but finally Legato was able to at least get some penalty on Decay. You do notice they have lost that one zone, but they're easily able to recap it. And now it's Decay who's going to have to respond and find a way back in here as they've got a good hold right now. Nilla's going to be starting that off with a Crab Tank and the Booyah Bomb coming in to help. But look at there at the Carbon Roller, who's doing a great job on that ledge, trying to stop them from coming back in. The Tri-Strike's going to create some more space on top of that, too, and Legato's going to be able to continue to hold this for now.
Yeah, Flounder Heights is definitely a map where we see a lot of really big pushes. The way the map is laid out just really lends itself to that. And so we've seen a lot of big overtime pushes here. We do have somebody that's managed to sneak their way into the zone as Junkie is managing to cause some chaos.
Yeah, and while they didn't stop the lead change, it is now going to give Decay their way back in. They just need to be able to find a cap here on this zone with the Crab Tank and the Zip Cast coming out. They're hoping to do that, able to pick off the Carbon. Looks like they're trying to find the pick on the ballpoint, but they get the jump out. 2 down now on Legato as Decay is starting to eat through this penalty.
Yeah, Legato's going to want to move relatively quickly here. They are already popping those Trip Strikes to try and get themselves back in. They have that Inkjet ready, but they take out the ballpoint before they can use it. That is an absolutely huge pick coming out.
Yes, it is. And you see the Inkjet on Decay, too, going to be trying to stall this out even more. The Carbon Roller trying to find a pick, getting the Ink Zuka out. Not in time to stop the lead change, though, and they're now getting forced further back by that Ouya Bomb. But they do manage to take out Junkie, but Nox, 15 seconds left on this zone. They've got 3 down on Decay. This is their opportunity to move forward.
Yeah, and moving forward, they're really doing a great job of capitalizing on the space they've been able to create. They're probably going to focus right now on getting those specials up, although it seems like the Tri-Strikes are already coming out, trying to keep Junkie out of their zone, what caused all the problems for them last time. Gonna really have to keep a close eye out on this wall that they haven't quite painted over yet, as they are going to get flanked by Junkie right here.
Yeah, Junkie doing what we've seen them do all game, that really patient, well-timed shark to give Decay their way back in. Just a little over a minute left in this game, and now Legato needs to break in one more time and eat through a relatively hefty penalty.
Yeah, it's definitely not out of the question. There's a whole minute left. They still have time to work with. They need to make sure that they keep their heads about them and don't lose their specials like that Carbon just did. That Inkzuka is absolutely huge at helping you get through things, and that is a full wipe. At this point, Decay is in a very comfortable position. If they get a couple specials online, they can really just hold this without too much work at all, as the Carbon's going to try to find a sneaky way in, but they're not going to be able to get there in time to paint, probably.
No, they're not. They're going to pop out that Inkzuka, trying to do what they can on the zone, but it's just the Carbon up now. Nox, they're able to neutralize that zone, but there's finally the full wipe, and Decay is going to be able to take this game.
Yeah, Decay did a really great job there of not losing their wits when they were in that scary situation where they did need to recap the zone pretty quickly and get those penalty points on Legato. And they did a great job of just keeping calm and collected, using their specials at good times to get back into that zone, along with Junkie pulling off some excellent flanks.
They absolutely, I was just about to comment on Junkie's flings. Those were the plays of the game there for me. They were just so well timed and very patient. They didn't pop up too soon and waste that element of surprise, and it really worked so well for Decay.
Yeah, Decay did a really excellent job there. I'm really interested in seeing how they deal with Sturgeon tower control, though, because it's not necessarily a map where Octobrush does as well, and they were relying pretty heavily on that to get in.
Yeah, I'm interested to see, too, what they're going to be bringing to the table there. Like you said, Sturgeon Shipyard tower control is quite the different map than Splat Zones, and the way that teams are going to have to be able to tackle this, you're going to see a lot of different gameplay coming here. The tower path, very predictable, and you're going to have to really, really get in front of that thing to be able to protect that tower. And while the Octobrush can do that, there's so many uninkable surfaces or ledges that you have to go through that it just really can't provide that kind of sneaky power like it provided.
Yeah, it's definitely a map that can be a struggle on. On the other hand, the Zipcaster does help them get around that, so it's nice that it covers its own weakness there to some degree. The ballpoints will have a great time here. This is a great Inkjet map. This is already a great Splatling map, so obviously we're going to keep seeing those come around with how the meta currently is. And the splashes, they're splashes. Somebody's got to paint the map.
You're absolutely right there. You can never go wrong with popping a crab on the enemy snipe there just to try to further lock enemies out.
Yeah, and we are actually going to see a T-Tech over a Neo Splash coming out here out of Legato. Not a pick that we see super often. Really intriguing to me. We are still seeing that crab coming out. We are still seeing that Carbon. I believe Woomy is a Carbon 1 trick out of memory, so I do expect to see that the whole time. We are still seeing Junkie on that Octobrush. We are seeing a Nautilus coming out, though, from Decay, which is always an interesting weapon pick that I love to see.
I love it too, and I think it does a really good job. If it can get up to a crab, it can shred it really, really fast, and that might give them a little bit of a heads up against that V-Splash on the side of Legato. But right now, all eyes right now are Woomy trying to get that double, but no, goes down, and now Decay going to be able to take early possession of this tower and start their first push. But Kubia is set up here, ready to start the defense on the side of Legato, already popping that Inkjet, getting a pick. Beautiful.
Yeah, Kubia doing a great job here using this Inkjet at a really important time to just be able to shut that down, not let the checkpoint fall. And we are seeing 2 down on the side of Legato still, but they haven't really been able to move forward due to the amount of pressure that ballpoint's putting out. Finally managing to get them to back off a bit. Junkie on that spinner, trying to find a way in, but if nothing else, applying a lot of paint and a lot of pressure, able to find one as they're able to start really getting forward here. Nilla has fallen off the tower with that crab tank, but able to get back on. They should be able to get this checkpoint with a 2-down situation.
Yeah, they're doing a really good job right now, forcing Legato back. You've got this Booyah Bomb that I assume is going to go right there on the crab. Yep, going to force it to drop. They do find the pick on Junkie, but you notice now how many points they were able to score off. They were able to push it to 39. You know, it's a good push with 3 minutes or in 30 seconds still left in the game. By no means safe, but you already saw 2 down there on Legato, a crab tank being popped here. They're gonna not give up this pressure if they can, but the Inkjet and Woomy there for Legato are doing a great job on trying to stop this Decay push, and that's the full wipe, so we're definitely gonna see them start taking some space now.
Yeah, Woomy doing an excellent job there of just knowing the advantages that a Carbon has in those situations and playing into their range. They started off that by just putting a lot of pressure on the crab and taking advantage of the high mobility and the fact that their other weapons had managed to keep that entire area painted. That's the advantage of that really high paint comp in combination with that Carbon roller.
Yeah, it absolutely was. And 2 down, 3 down now make that on the side of Decay. Legato is coming back strong, switching that lead, and it looks like they're going to be breaking this final checkpoint here, potentially just getting a few, need to stay on there for just a few more seconds. It's 2 up. They're able to break that checkpoint. Finally, just the crab, but this is a good place to be sitting right now.
Yeah, getting that last checkpoint is always really incredible on this map. By no means the end of the game, though. This is a map where we see a lot of big overtime pushes. This is a map where we see KOs a lot of the time. It's a steamroll map. It is. It's really good when you have that advantage state and you can just keep it going. But breaking that checkpoint is always fantastic. On the other hand, we are seeing Legato going 2 down here, and we have an Inkstorm online from the side of Decay.
Yeah, and it looks like that Junkie is going to be going in there trying to see if they could get that 4th, but weren't quite able to. But you see already this tower is getting ready to extend their lead, sorry, not their lead, but their score, as Decay is hoping to take the lead. They're able to find the pick on the ballpoint, and that crab just riding that tower is going to be edged out the lead, and this looks like that final wipeout. Oh my god, Nox.
Yeah, like I said, it's a steamroll map. You manage to get enough of an advantage state, you can get right up in their spawn, you can keep the paint on them, and once you have that paint down, the Carbon doesn't have a way in, and like, Decay isn't necessarily the most high paint comp. They have a Brush and a Nautilus in there, and a Machine, I believe, which don't necessarily paint a ton, but if you can continuously get those picks and shut down the other side's paint, that can seal the set for you, just like it did right there for Decay.
Yeah, it absolutely can, and it comes down to those plays that matter the most. We saw excellent job from Legato throughout that entire set, both in the Flounder Zones and the Sturgeon Shipyard game, where they had great, amazing pushes, but sometimes it just comes back to that counter response, and it can close out games, especially like these were 2 very interesting stages. Like you said, Sturgeon Shipyard, a very steamrolly map. Flounder Heights, one of those where pushes can be really long, especially if you get set up and are watching your flanks. So really great job by both of those teams.
Yeah, absolutely incredible job out of both of them.
Absolutely, and we're going to be getting ready, I believe, for our semifinal match, and it looks like that is going to be me personally. I would not take that level of that's just. Am I saying this right? Not
me personally. I would not take that level of that's just me.
Thank you. I'm getting so tongue-tied tonight.
Yeah, you get used to there have been less weird team names since Splatoon 3, which I've appreciated, because there was a point where I had to read off German meat legislation, which was an interesting treat.
Oh gosh, that's absolutely hilarious. But they'll be facing off against Nawal Gaming, which is, one of those teams that we've seen here time and time again in our Great White bracket in SOS, and they're just an absolute force to be contended with.
Yeah, they are. They have been an incredible team for quite a while now, always trying to make strides to improve, playing in a ton of weeklies, always interested in seeing where they're going to end up going next.
Yeah, I am excited too, and it looks like they're going to be almost ready for this match. It looks like as they're just kind of getting in with our streamers just now. So tell me a little bit about what we're going to be starting off with. Museum Clams, dare I say, I love this map mode so much. I think it's the best Clams map mode, personally.
It's definitely a good Clams map mode. I have bad map takes, a trademark problem of mine.
I've been told I have the same problem with my brine water
your
liking.
favorite map isn't Humpback Bump Track. It could be worse.
Oh gosh.
But yeah, it's definitely a very solid map mode. It has very consistent ways of pushing. Splatlings do incredibly well here. Obviously, Splatlings do well pretty much. Ballpoint does well pretty much everywhere right now. But it's nice to see them be able to do it. Like, this is just. It's a good map. It's very well rounded. Most weapon classes can work here. Clam Blitz, it's a fairly simple push if you can manage to break in.
Yeah, and that's the struggle you see lots of teams face up with. I've seen so many teams on this map mode who have the clams and they're ready to make a push, but they're just not quite able to break in to the enemy plat. And they'll go down one by one and just lose all of those precious clams. It really takes a well-coordinated push to get in there.
Mm-hmm. Very important to make sure that you utilize your specials well, clear up that space, and create big openings. Preferably get a couple members down of the other team so that you don't have to worry about nearly as much.
Yeah, but especially with how close that basket is to the spawn point, you don't want to be trying to push up there if you haven't gotten people down, because they're going to be respawning relatively fast. So you want to take those picks, move really quickly, and try to get up there, because those people are going to be back before you know it. And that's I think one of the hardest parts about pushing on this map.
Yeah, this is a map where I really like to see weapons like Wiper come out. I really love to see those QR heavy weapons, Tri-Slosher, Wiper, Tetra. I think they do really well here on this map mode to enable you to take those risks that you want to take to break in without having as many consequences for them. Because if those weapons can go in, find a pick or two, even if you go down, your teammates can easily go in and play cleanup. And if you don't find the pick, you'll respawn in like a second. You'll be back. It's fine.
Quick respawn kind of goes burr on this map for those weapons. It's so much fun to see that gameplay. I play with a Wiper player on my team, and just the jump-ins after death so fast, it can really help keep pushes going, even if they're just providing pressure, not even getting picks. But loading in here, Nox, tell me what you see in these lineups.
I am really liking seeing what me personally is bringing out. I really like seeing that 96 deco here. I think it's really unique. I think that wall applies a ton of pressure. This is a great splat wall map. That's not an element people bring up a ton, but it is an incredible splat wall map. And we're going to see them being able to use that in the Kraken to force things. We're also going to see that Lytra coming out to also increase the skirmishing. In this comp, essentially your 96 deco and your splash are going to be stabilizing it, whereas on the side of Nawal Gaming, you're going to be seeing everything stabilizing it except for that Stamper. Most likely.
Yeah, I definitely agree, but right now you see how good of a position Nawal has. They have 2 down already on me personally, and they have a lot of clams to boot. They're able to give those clams to the Flings, they're able to form a power, and just look at that score count down Nox. They've got that Booyah coming out. It looks like that machine doesn't quite have the space to be able to add those 2 extra clams, but a push to 56 in the first minute is pretty impressive. Definitely not safe by any means, but a good start.
Yeah, it is definitely an incredible start to have. Any push that you get below 60 within the first minute is always nice to have. It means that not just a pity clam and a couple clams will take it. We are seeing this 96 scale deco able to use this Kraken to get an absolutely huge pick, able to get out in time. Crab is out. They should be able to keep this forward momentum going, especially with that splash wall out and at the ready. Able to try and find a pick on the splash, not quite able to get it yet, but the Slosher comes in and helps them clean it up.
Yep, and then here goes the first and then the second power clam. They just need 2 little clams there to be able to take the lead. One more, there the lead goes for me personally. Now you've got this Dizzy under here. I don't know if anybody sees them quite yet. They're going to be picking up that power clam, trying to jump in, but they're not quite able to get it, Nox.
Yeah, well, even then, that still slowed down Nawal Gaming from getting back into mid, allowing me personally to have more time to regroup, regain paint, because they are a lower paint comp. They are a very aggressive comp, they are a very high pressure comp, but they are lower paint. And so they're going to have to do a lot of plays like that to just kind of try and brute force and really try and get Nawal Gaming off of their rhythm that they like to have.
Exactly, but right now, Nawal already responding with a power clam of their own, able to find it, but they've got to get some more space here in front of the basket if they want to continue. They've got that extra power clam in the back, not going to be able to add anything to that push, but it doesn't look like they're ready to go anywhere away anytime soon, as they have 3 down now on me personally.
Yeah, and it's just the Elytra up. Not necessarily the last player you want to be up here, but able to apply a lot of pressure to that Flingza, able to eventually take them out, really keeping this pressure up and taking advantage of the area burst damage that Zipcaster does. Not something that we see people do a ton. And we're seeing Aizen here trying to find a pick, able to get it. That is a huge pick from Aizen. They have pushed all the way to 10. They're going to pick up that pity claim to start moving forward. They're going to try and get some paint down on the map. They're going to want to focus on their specials. This is still completely doable for them, but they are in a way more awkward situation now that they couldn't defend that push.
Yeah, definitely agreed there. Now, a minute, 50 seconds left on the clock, and just look at this fight happening in mid right now. Nawal has so much yellow down. The Crab is going to be trying to cover up what it can and provide pressure, but look how me personally is being forced back by those missiles, and you can see how fast Nawal moves off of those.
Yeah, Nawal does a really incredible job moving up off their specials. It's something we see out of them pretty consistently. They know when to use them. They know how to use them to apply that forward pressure. But we are seeing that Kraken able to take out a couple. Lots of pressure being put on Azon here by this Tetra. Tetra really good at fighting Machine. Machine has a very hard time with it, especially now that its shot rate has been reduced. We're seeing Dizzy here ready to move up. They've got plenty of clams at the ready. This could be a huge push if they can manage to find a couple more picks to break in with.
Yeah, and they're able to at least get that power clam, but Yaru going down there with all those clams. And now Nawal really is just going to be trying to push up, kill any time off this timer that they can, because there is just a little over 40 seconds left in this game right now. And they want to just be able to stop me personally from getting in if they can. You can see them popping those specials, that Booyah followed by the Crab and the missiles, trying to force me personally back, kill time off this clock, get a push if they can, obviously, but right now as the team in the lead, anytime they can kill off this clock is going to be huge for them.
Yeah, something else I would like to point out that they're doing here is they're really focusing on making power clams, which denies the clams from me personally, which is absolutely huge. They're not going to be able to get overtime. They don't have a power clam ready. They're going to have to scramble to try and make one, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to, as this is going to likely be game, but not quite yet. They might have actually just given me personally a pity here, but the Flings is still right there and able to get in one last clam in the nick of time.
Oh my god, the sneaky little power clam on the side clutches that up for them, but gosh, what back and forth action there. I love how well both of those teams were able to respond and push back after being pushed. You really kind of saw, I like to call that little ping pong effect, where, you know, one team goes and scores and the other team just responds just as strong. It's really fun to witness.
Yeah, those counter pushes that you can manage to set up are always so interesting. It's fun to put the pieces together and see how you can connect them and how you can use your specials to create situations that put you in that advantage state.
Yeah, it definitely can be really fun. And you know what mode we're going right back to? Oh my gosh, Splat Zones, Flounder Heights, but I just want to think about what was going on with those two teams. Nox, you know, we've talked a little bit about Flounder, and I want to focus a little bit less on Flounder. It's obviously going to have to deal with it, but what do you want to see out of me personally, taking it to this game, taking it to the next level to be able to stay alive in the set?
Yeah, I think that a lot of it's going to come down to them being able to hold control a little better. And I think that will actually be easier for them on zones because they need to worry less about being mobile. They need to worry less about how to force themselves into positions and instead how they can use the positions they already have. I don't know if we'll continue seeing that 96 deco. It wouldn't necessarily surprise me. I think that Vanilla Slosher should come back here. I think that was a great pick for them. That Vanilla Splash-O-Matic obviously going to be very helpful. But other than that, I think it's just going to be a lot of trying to figure out their coordination, because I believe with that kind of name they are a pickup. Now, I could be wrong, and they could be a fully established team with a name like that. But I'd be pretty shocked. That's a classic pickup name.
Yeah, it definitely is. I believe you're right on that matter. And we're going to see actually 2 buckets coming out from them, which I think is absolutely great. And that those 2 buckets are going to be mirrored on the side of Nawal Gaming. You're just going to see the difference in that Neo Splash in 52 versus the V Splash and the Wiper. And I think that, we've seen how those missiles work. I think that it's a great pick here too, but I think that you can't underestimate the power of those strikes or that wall either.
Yeah, you definitely can't. I do really like how aggressive Nawal's comp is. They're going to be really just able to keep the pressure up continuously, especially if the Wiper is good about using those beacons. Going to be able to get a decent number of missiles. Ideally, they'll still be playing fairly forward and probably going down some, depending. Yeah, there they go. We do see that Booyah Bomb coming out. A bit of an interesting time, but it seems to be working out okay for them. Is there a 3 down on the side of me personally?
Yeah, they're able to flip that over really fast, taking control of both zones once again. Now they've got this crab tank coming out, trying to stop me personally from being able to enter. But this 52 is just doing what it does best and taking some really great fights, finding a good pick on that Wiper there. And now they're going to be trying to find their entry with these strikes. But that Neo Splash is going to go down, and Nawal is going to be working hard to paint this zone again.
Yeah, something I'd like to point out here is how both of these teams are going to be able to utilize that tactical or in those double fizzy bombs to really control the zone a lot once they're in it. Once they're set up, they have that extra range that these weapons typically wouldn't have, but because of how strong fizzies can be on a map like this, it can allow them to fully force people out of the positions they need to get into.
It sure can, and it looks like we may be seeing a little bit of that soon, as me personally is looking to try to get set up here. They are able to force a lot of Nawal back to that other zone and forcing a drop with the tri-strike. So you already see Nawal countering with those missiles, and that Wiper looks like it's going to be trying to rush in, try to see if it can get a pick. I believe it took 1 down there, that Neo Splash. But you see, me personally, they are so not ready. They've got that cooler popped, and they're ready to go in. They know, hey, I'm going to take this fight. If I lose, I'll be back in an instant.
Yeah, that is one of the great things about Tactical Urban. Interesting to see it come out more, especially since you can grab it from a longer range than you could at launch. We are seeing Ripping here attempting to find a pick with this Wiper, able to get it. Just the 52 gal left. Chomper trying to get that pick, not quite able to. We're seeing Aizen starting to move up here, looking to apply some more pressure. Able to get that player down, and they need to focus on capping the zone. There it is. And that'll start working through their penalty points. They're going to work on getting their specials, and they really just want to focus on staying alive right now.
They really do, and especially because we want to see some bigger pushes here. It's been very, very back and forth for 2 minutes remaining right now. 65, that's a pretty low lead to be having, especially now as, me personally is going to be flipping that zone once again. There's just so many trades that have gone back and forth in this game.
Well, I mean, with the comps they're running, I would expect to see the trades coming out all the time. These are both really, really aggressive comps, almost seeming like they were wanting there to be a slower comp to fight against, and instead we're just seeing these constant skirmishes. But right now, me personally is able to stabilize a little bit more, able to start getting some more points on the board, overtaking that lead. Crab has come out, though, forcing them back a little bit.
Yes, it sure does, but you already see the responses with the tri-strikes as well. Nawal going to be forced to kind of drop down, regroup, consider their entry options here, but already that Splash trying to pick them off gets caught out in the Booyah Bomb. That's going to be 2 down on me personally. They do have another Booyah Bomb in store to try to stop this. They've got those fizzy bombs, but Nawal's got those missiles and they're ready to move in here. But a great pick on that Wiper. 3 down and 2 down, just trades all over the place as me personally is able to hold that zone.
Yeah, I will say that I think them having that 52 gal with the wall allows them to have a little bit more stabilization than the comp of me personally. Although that Splash is a very good weapon at keeping paint up and keeping things alive, it's not as consistent at staying alive itself when it truly needs to. Although, as I say that, they're starting to be able to break in, Ripping, able to find another pick. They're going to need to neutralize these zones. The 52 gal getting into an awkward spot here. They've managed to get penalty. They have 30 seconds left. They essentially need to hold this zone through this and overtime, and it seems like they might have a chance at it with the amount of pressure they're able to put out right now. Their Splash has gone down.
Yeah, the splash is down at the 52 already, ready to take advantage of that, pushing up there. 15 seconds left, 2 down on me personally. Nawal definitely still has the possibility to be in this. They're using those fizzy bombs. That Tri-Slosher is in a great position to try to force them out. They all converge on that 52, but they have that Booyah Bomb coming out, Nox, and then you've got this Tri-Slosher coming in. Could be spelling disaster, as me personally is ready to come back, and they're tying this setup 1-1.
Yeah, me personally did a great job there of having the awareness to realize, oh, we don't need both zones. We just our zone. We just need our zone. We've got the lead. We stall it out long enough. It's our game. And they did a great job of doing that and making sure it happened. Really great to see them doing this well. Love the comps that we're seeing out of both of these teams. I like how fast-paced they are.
I do too. That was so much fun to watch, and not to say, that I don't like seeing backline gaming. I'm a little bit biased. I do like to see backlines coming out, but there's something that's just so much fun and exhilarating about seeing these teams. Just the clash of raw mechanical skill that comes out when you're running these two kinds of fast-paced teams against each other.
Yeah. It's always very interesting. Nawal actually didn't run necessarily that fast of a comp in the first game, but the way they chose to adapt to Flounder Heights was to bring in those really skirmishy, really fast weapons and try to use those beacons. I think Wiper Deco has a big fit in Splat Zone's Flounder Heights. To me, they seem like a very good mix. Obviously, it didn't quite work out for them there, but those missiles caused a lot of havoc, and a lot of that came down to the Neo Splash just having really good trip strikes to hold people back so that they didn't rush in with the missiles.
Yeah, it sure did work out well for them. And I think that, pairing it with the Tacticaler too as well for the quick respawn when people go down, and then having that on top of the beacons, I think is a really fun combination.
Mm-hmm. The fizzy bombs were also doing quite a lot of work in those comps, to be very honest, allowing them to have that ranged pressure that otherwise neither of those comps really have.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the thing. I absolutely adore fizzy bombs. It's on Tri Nouveau, which I love to play on ballpoint, and the pressure that it can provide is a lot of fun to play with. It provides so much paint as well, which is very important, especially in splat zones. If you're able to paint the other zone safely from your zone and be able to potentially even get a kill, it's really beneficial.
Mm-hmm. Being able to get those picks is always very nice. That paint pressure is incredible. It also allows you to get your specials faster, which in this case were Tacticaler and Booyah Bomb. Hard to go wrong with either of those.
It sure is hard to go wrong with those two. And now we're going to be loading into our final map. We're going to be revisiting Sturgeon Shipyard Tower Control, and we see some more changes coming out. Nox, tell me about these.
Yeah, that 96 Deco is making a return here. Definitely a great weapon for tower control. This is a map with a lot of lanes you want to control, so that wall once again going to be super, super helpful. Love seeing that vanilla slosher coming out. Once again, not a ton of paint out of me personally, but definitely enough to make it work. Able to find that trade with the other splash, and we are seeing just a fairly classic comp here out of Nawal Gaming. They've liked playing with those missiles for forever. And then other than that, it's a pretty typical comp.
Yeah, definitely agreed. Right now, it looks like, you're trying to find those early on picks. Me personally got some, and they do have a little bit of a stronger hold on mid right now. They're waiting for that kind of comfortable moment to be able to push forward, and they've got that tower set up at that first checkpoint. You can kind of see how they've forced the members of Nawal to the opposite side of the map to be able to clear that first check, and now they've got these tri-strikes coming out, but they've also gone 2 down, and you can already see the roller there trying to go up, trying to put a stop to this tower, but that machine is just doing a great job at staying alive and getting that nice jump out.
Yeah, Machine did an incredible job jumping out there. The Splash did an incredible job playing cleanup out of that situation. Able to find a pick, able to keep the tower there a little longer, stall that out. Incredible example there, by the way, from Ripping of the sheer object damage that Splatana Stamper has.
Yeah, and now you got the Kraken coming in for me personally. Going to be putting a really nice stop to the momentum that Nawal could have had going in there with the amount of people that were down on me personally. A great stall for them.
Yeah, that's definitely something 96 Gal is really good at. It's good at creating those stall situations with that wall and that Kraken. Crap coming out here, clearing out that left side to allow this Flingza to start moving forward, having to rearrange a little because of the bomb. The missiles coming out. This should be a big push out of Nawal Gaming. They had one down. They've got specials coming out. This should at least be the checkpoint falling.
Yeah, those Tenta missiles do find a target. The Booyah Bomb coming out in tandem, but there's obviously still a Booyah Bomb in defense. 2 down right now on Nawal, but it looks like this Roller's going to do what they can to try to stay alive. The Stamper coming alongside them to assist them. Just that bucket up now, though, but they were able to get that to 37. A good push, but, you know, just like we saw in the last set, that can change in an instant. All it takes is one counter push, and it looks like me personally is trying to gear up to do this, but they already lose one down there in Fight Club.
Yeah, Aizen's actually been doing an incredible job of keeping them out of mid. Aizen has gotten, I believe, a triple at this point, very slowly, very delayed, but has been slowly picking off people and just keeping them from being able to apply that forward pressure that they need to. And now we're seeing Dizzy, once again, trying to find some picks here, does go down to the missiles, does manage to trade out the Stamper in the process, though, which is absolutely huge. Getting rid of that Stamper really weakens their aggressive capabilities. None of the rest of their weapons are particularly forward on their own.
Yeah, definitely agreed there. Me personally now going to be trying to set up here. They've got that splash on the offensive, trying to find picks if it can, going down into Fight Club, surviving there. The Kraken, of course, now having to retreat now that you've got those members of Nawal up. But you can see me personally not ready to give up this space or try to give up this push as they're coming back in, ripping on the Splatana, tries to find a way in on the side, but is spotted out and they're able to take them out. 2 down on Nawal. This is going to be a good opportunity for me personally to get some space forward and get these specials online after these missiles come through.
Yeah, they're going to be looking for those specials, able to use the trip strikes, but nobody's on the tower to really take advantage of that. Kraken tries to get on the tower to try and force those couple extra points they need, but they're not quite able to find them. They do have jumps in the splash, trying to get on this tower. Gonna probably just go down here, though. Actually does manage to escape. Looking to take out the Stamper, manages to, as they're able to continue holding mid here. They have about a minute left in this game to try and get those about 5 points that they need on the board. But they can't manage to stay all their members up, even with these trip strikes coming out, and they need somebody to be able to put a lot of pressure on that top right side, and they just don't have anybody in position to do it.
Yeah, the Booyah Bombs, it comes in hoping to do so, and they've got the tri-strikes. Knox this may be their opportunity, but it stops just short at 38, and now Nawal's going to do the best they can to stop me personally from getting back in. Dizzy there on the slosher in mid, trying to stay alive, but it's going to be collapsed in on by the members of Nawal, and now Nawal's really just going to try to take this forward space. It's not a real lead at all. It's just 1 point. They have to play this really carefully, and with 7 seconds left on Knox, they're going to be giving it their all as me personally comes in with these tri-strikes and these specials.
Yeah, and we do have that Kraken online, going to be able to try and brute force some points, but the Booyah Bomb has come out, and the Zipcaster is able to touch the tower. That is not a combination I've seen used before, but it's definitely very effective at just securing that game when you need to for tower control.
I don't think I've ever seen that combination ever either, but it really is effective. You know, you can't stay on the tower through a Booyah. You will go down if the Zipcast can just get in there and touch it. Yeah, they were able to very cleanly secure that. I'm very impressed.
Yeah, really great awareness of how specials interact there from Nawal Gaming, doing an absolutely awesome job of just securing this set and moving on.
Absolutely, and they're going to be joined by the winner of Lightbox versus Decay. That set is ongoing right now, so we will be back after a short little break with our grand finals, and we hope to see you all there.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Swim or Sink. We are going into grand finals here. I am Nox. I am joined here by Toma. We are going into Lightbox versus Nawal Gaming.
Yeah, Nox, I'm super excited to see this coming out. We just saw a great display from Nawal Gaming in our semifinals. Now they made it all the way here to Grands against Lightbox, who we haven't seen tonight, but has fought their way long and hard to get here.
Yeah, they have, and they are going to be starting off this fight on Manta Maria Rainmaker, a map mode that I have many thoughts about.
I absolutely love this map mode. Maybe it's the Splatling bias because there's like the fun little mask up there to be able to run around, and I love the mobility that Splatling offers on that, and especially now with ballpoint being so prevalent, I think it's such a great inkjet map as well.
Yeah, it definitely is. It's also a map that, in my opinion, while they have added checkpoints, it's still a 30-second map sometimes, you know? Sometimes Manta Maria just lasts for 30 seconds, and that is how it is.
Yeah, it sure can be like that. I was just commentating a set last weekend on SAC, I believe, where it was Synergy who made a counter pick to Manta Maria Rainmaker, and that game was knocked out in about 45 seconds.
Yeah. If you know what you want to do on this map and you can displace the other team, you don't even necessarily need picks. It does help to have the picks, but if you can displace them from whichever path you want to take, it can just be such an insanely fast push. And of course, it can also be a very stalled out map where everybody's stuck in mid for 5 minutes. You know, it's Splatoon.
Yeah. You never know what you're gonna see coming out, but isn't that half the joy of it all?
It absolutely is, especially in a finals where we're just seeing which of these teams will win this SOS.
Yes, I'm very, very excited to see that. And so we don't really know what to expect on the side of Lightbox, but as far as Nawal Gaming goes, we've kind of seen different comps come out from them based on these different map modes. From what we've seen from their pools, what do you maybe anticipate the kind of playstyle we'll see on Manta, where like you said, it can be really fast or it can be a huge stall fest?
I think they are going to lean more into that Flingza that they were doing. I think it's probably going to be a Flingza. They're still going to have that Stamper. They've had that every game. I don't think that we can expect anything too wild out of them. I would like to see a machine come out from them here. It's a very good machine map. And I would like to see a Tacticooler come out, just because Tacticooler is so great in Rainmaker.
It absolutely is. I love to be able to pick up my Rain, have my Tri-Slasher throw me some juice, and just zoom across that map. And especially, you know, once you can kind of get down into that pit in Manta, the faster you go, points fly by there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a map where points are definitely very quick to come by. Like a lot of Splatoon 2 maps, it's a bit on the smaller side than some of the maps we have now. It's a thing that we're seeing pretty generally in the switch in map design between the two games. And these maps still fit very well within the gameplay of this game, but it is a very distinct switch, especially when you're looking at maps, for example, like Scorch Gorge. Scorch Gorge does just feel way bigger.
Yeah, it certainly does. I agree. And, you know, having all these walls and, you know, you got that street that you got to go through. And while, you know, they did widen it compared to Splatoon 2, it's still a pretty narrow place to have to go through. It's really easy to funnel a lot of pressure into that area.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's definitely a map where we've talked about it a bit. I don't remember whether it was, I believe it was before we were on, but we both are big fans of Toxic Mist. And this is a map where that can do super well at just preventing that jump over.
Yes, it sure can. You know, like, you know, Scorch Gorge, although we're going to be going, you know, the Clam Blitz, if you can throw stuff there. Like, I love the ability of, Toxic Mist to kind of prevent some little bit of sneaky plays, deny kind of cheeky jumps that you can get either across pits or just like sneaky jumps onto platforms. It's really, really nice. And I definitely think that that's a potential that we could see coming out, especially if they bring out that Inkjet Tri-Slosher. But, you know, maybe we'll see the Fizzy Bombs too in that street, just being able to go straight down it and clear so much space. You know, may see some Try Nouveau action. Never know really what to expect.
Yeah, there's plenty of choices in the game. I would like to see at least one of the teams bring out a very fast-paced comp, just because that is how I personally enjoy Manta Rainmaker, where you just get a quick pop, send somebody left, hope that they can get some picks, and just see what you can make happen with that jump on right.
Yeah, definitely. You know, and especially I think the potential comes out, especially with the Splatonas that we've seen, because the object damage on those is so high. If you can get that jump across, break that first checkpoint, you can use those Splatonas to get a super fast pop. You can really move that Rainmaker along. Yeah,
you definitely can. It's also just... Look, if you have a speedy weapon and you get a tacticooler on it, some shenanigans can always happen. In general, Rainmaker is also just a shenanigans mode a lot of the time, where you can pull off some very goofy strategies.
Yeah, it is, you know, and for that fact alone, it's interesting to see it as a Game 1 and a Game 5 of Grand Finals. It's not something you usually run into.
I do enjoy it though. I think it's good to... I really like having maps and modes that force players to think outside the box a little bit. I mean, I like weird maps generally. Manta's not that weird, but it's definitely a map where there's a lot of different strategies and a lot of different things you can do. We are going to see a Tri-Slosher coming out here again, and we are going to see that sploosh that we thought might be here from Enraged Jeff. We are probably going to see them going for a pretty quick pop. We are seeing all swim speed on that sploosh, so that'll be interesting to see what they are doing.
They are ready to move fast, trying to get that hammer, but the sploosh, they're not going to be moving anywhere as they go down to that pop very fast.
That is how that goes sometimes. They already have taken out the Tri-Slosher too. They're going to be... Looks like they're going for street. Makes sense. They have 2 down. It's a very stable situation. They don't need to take any major risks. Tri-Slosher probably going to try and finish getting that tacticooler ready for this push. Gonna be able to, as we're seeing them just being able to swarm in here. Enraged Jeff has that hammer at the ready. Looks like they might get a chance to use it to push that, and that is the wipe. And we are going to see Lightbox pushing back into mid here.
We sure are. They're able to get the pop on there. They're gonna go ahead and pick it up. Enraged Jeff there trying to just go up and cause chaos wherever they can, but forced to back up just a little bit. The Tri-Slosher in the street. But look at this, Nux. Just the Rainmaker left alive on this right-hand side of the map. They're gonna stall it out, see if they can try to get some jumps in. But they've got that crab, they got those Fizzy Bombs coming out. Just a lot of pressure gonna take out that Rainmaker.
Yeah, but they did manage to allow a jump in. We have that hammer coming out from Jeff, able to almost get the pick on Raze. Not quite able to, though. Jeff having that Rainmaker. Fizzy Bombs coming out, looking to apply a lot of pressure to start moving forward. Not quite able to take out that splash, though, and that's going to become a problem for them very shortly, as the splash is going to be able to get this flank off, pinched by the machine, and it's just Faulty left up.
Yeah, it is. They're able to get a nice pick there, but they're going to be stuck up there on the mast. The Tri-Slosher does jump down and finish off the job for them, and now Lightbox does have an opportunity to be able to take some space in mid. You already have the Tri-Slosher that's going to be pushed up. They try to take that tacticooler out. Doesn't look like they're able to get their own juice, though, so that cooler is just going to be sitting over there waiting to see if anybody can get some use out of it as this Rainmaker resets. But, you know, more than likely, we're not going to be seeing any use out of that, especially as 2 go down to pop.
Yeah, we are seeing this splash just being able to cause a lot of havoc right now. Gonna be able to play cleanup right there, as they're just able to start moving forward again. Gonna probably be able to get some extra points on the board if anyone drops down with this Rainmaker, but Jeff gonna be able to trap them in that corner using that amount of swim speed they have. Hammer at the ready, gonna be able to cause a lot of havoc in the street. Able to find 1, able to find 2. Are they gonna be able to find the 3rd? Looks like they might be. There it is. And they're gonna throw, not quite be able to find the 4th, but that was a very definitive end to that push. And this is definitely a decent situation for Lightbox to be in to try and regroup here with about half the time in the game left.
Nothing like a good old hammer triple to set up the defense for them, and now they're going to be trying to take all this space in mid, but they've already lost that Tri-Slosher down. Now, the Splatana Stamper going to be zipping in as well, and you see that bucket there too, just causing a lot of havoc. 3 down on Lightbox, and Nawal is just certainly keeping this pressure up.
Yeah, the big thing with Rainmaker is if you're always pushing, they can't be. And so Nawal is just keeping this forward pressure going. I like seeing how forward their comp is. I like seeing that they're all playing pretty far forward. Ballpoint here using this Inkchip to try and shut this down. Not gonna, well, is gonna be able to, but not quite in the way we were expecting.
Yeah, they certainly are. And it looks like Lightbox, again, they've had good defenses where they're able to put stops to the pushes of Nawal Gaming, and it looks like they're able to keep that streak up, moving back towards mid. But this is kind of where they've been struggling, Nox, getting past this mid, trying to find a first checkpoint. So we're going to see which way they're going to try to take it again. They're going to try to take it street there, but they've already lost 2 members. Now this Rainmaker backed up. Jeff going to be trying to do the absolute most work. Does find a pick on 2. The Tri-Slosher guiding the way to the jump here to the right side. Rainmaker, oh, and as that Rainmaker is going up that podium, they're just not quite able to find the break.
Yeah, that's how it goes a lot of the time. Just not quite able to break through. Looking to try and find that pop again. Looks like they might have gotten it. There it is. And Faulty trying to find a pick, not quite able to. Tri-Slosher applying a lot of pressure on this Stamper, forcing them to back off a bit. But they just don't have anybody else forward. As that Zuka comes out, needing to find some picks here. Doesn't look like they're going to be able to. Jeff trying to sneak forward. They're going to need to focus on getting this Rainmaker to any checkpoint. To be fair, it is not an impossible push to beat, but they need to find a way to beat it. Jeff here going to throw this hammer, going to grab the Rainmaker. Oh, not quite yet. Especially with that crab out. That was a good choice to not have grabbed it, as we are seeing them just really stuck in mid, unable to find a way in with the constant specials being staggered out of Nawal Gaming.
Absolutely, and now Jeff going in, finding a pick, but goes down to that Tri-Slosher, and it's now just the Tri-Nouveau up on Lightbox, and scratch that, that's going to be the full wipeout, and Nox, there is no way that they're going to be able to get back in time to respond.
No, there was not. Nawal Gaming doing an excellent job there of just knowing how to maintain that mid control, regroup, and re-get their specials in time for any counter push Lightbox tried to put out there.
Yeah, definitely agreed. And you know, what you said there in the match of just when it comes down to Rainmaker, if you're always pushing, they can't be, and that really is just kind of the play style we saw coming out of Nawal Gaming, the forward aggression that they had, just constantly going forward, taking space, trying to find those picks. And it's not like there weren't picks to be had on the side of Lightbox. They had absolutely great stops, but I think that when they needed to move forward, they were just struggling to find their footing a little bit against Nawal Gaming's pressure.
Yeah, it looked to me like they were having a hard time figuring out how to coordinate with each other and figure out how exactly to break in against Nawal. Nawal has been a very long established team. Pickups always tend to have a bit of a hard time with them because it is hard to break in against a team that's very comfortable with each other and knows each other's rhythms when you're on a pickup.
Absolutely, and you know, especially though, you can't discredit them though. They have bust past plenty of teams that are, you know, established. You know, they were able to get all the way here to grand finals. They 2-1 Decay. In semifinals, they 2-0'd Legato in round 2. They've definitely made a very impressive run, and I'm impressed to see where it's gonna go from here, because those defenses have a lot of great potential, Nox, and if they can just figure out their footing on that offense, I think they could be cooking up something really good.
They definitely could. It's always interesting to see a sploosh come out. I don't know, admittedly, I understand how splooshes want to play mostly, but it's not a weapon I am as familiar with. And so it's hard for me to figure out exactly what they're going to be trying to do here with that weapon in their comp. I think it works for them. I think it's something that they know how to play with, but I don't know how it works.
Yeah, I'm not personally sure either, but you had it on kind of Rainmaker, which can be a slippery mode if it can just go through. But it wasn't really ever the Rainmaker holder, but now here on Clam Blitz, if it can sneak past, it can make a quick little cheeky clam. It might be able to do more here than it was able to in the last game. But right now, we see Nawal Gaming making a move here onto this ramp of Lightbox. They've got that crab out, applying a ton of pressure, but the Slosher is going to be moving in from that top mid, trying to force them back. It looks like they forced that splash there into the pit, are able to find the pick on them. That's going to give the Lightbox some space to work here in mid, although, as I say that, of course, they're going to be immediately moved back by those missiles from the Flingza.
Yeah, Missile's really good at making the other team have to sacrifice space. While you might have to back off for a second to use them, better to do that than have the entire other team really moving forward on you like they're going to be able to right now, with Ripping being the only one really in a position to do much to slow them down.
Yeah, and there goes that. Sploosh gonna be able to find the opening dunk there, but they need to find some clams to follow up with. Nox, we've talked about this before. You don't want to have that one power clam and done. They're able to throw a few in there, but it looks like they're gonna have to back up from this. A basket opening is good, but they definitely need to find some more points, because now you see how this turf is already starting to change. Nawal is starting to work their way up. They've already got a power. They're going to be picking up clams as they go, and they also have a pity in reserve if they need to bring that in.
They do, and they should be able to start getting this push going with the amount of specials they're throwing out here. Gonna be able to try and find a pick on the Tri-Slosher, not quite able to find it, able to get some cleanup going. Hammer coming out, taking out that Flingza, taking out that Stamper. Jeff is really doing incredibly out here with this Hammer, doing a great job getting that triple yet again with it.
Yeah, like I've said before, the same thing in Manta. These defenses out of Lightbox are really well played, and Jeff, 2 power clams going in would not be what they wanted, and so being able to put a stop to that there and preventing maybe even more than a 40-foot push is really good for them at this moment. It allows them to take some more space here. They do need to build up these specials to find a way in, especially as Nawal's starting to get some online. They have this Zipcaster, able to pick off this Tri-Slosher, and now get another one down on Lightbox, so they are going to have to back up here and give up some space, and this is very quickly turning into a good situation for Nawal. Of course, after which I say people start going down. Classic commentators first.
Yeah, definitely. That's how it goes sometimes. We are still seeing Nawal being able to hold this really strong position. They just did not have an answer to that Inkjet being popped there, which makes sense with their comp. They just don't have an answer to Inkjet, which is a hard thing to deal with right now. As we see them able to get one power clam in, looking to try and get some follow-up, able to take the lead, pushing to 68. Just that Splatoon Stamper left up, but does go down. And this should be Lightbox able to retake mid pretty quickly here. They're going to be able to make a power. They should be able to rush this pretty effectively. And they need to be able to take Jeff down, but they're not quite able to. And that's going to be a lead switch yet again with the potential for a bigger push here out of Lightbox.
Yeah, they've got 2 power clams online to try to add to this if they can. They're able to dunk one. They've got another in the box, and they're able to add that one to their score as well. And that's going to be the full wipeout onto Lightbox now. But that is definitely a good push for them to get on the board. But you can see Nawal is wasting absolutely no time in their response right now.
Yeah, Nawal looking to set up for their next push, taking advantage of the fact that they've got a couple specials online, having those sub-weapons that they're going to keep throwing out there, looking to find a pick here on the Tri-Slosher, not going to be able to quite find it yet. There they go. And they should be able to start setting up a solid push here with that one player down and some specials online.
Yeah, they've got the Booyah Bomb, they've got the Zipcast that they can work in with it, but that stamp comes out again from the Jeff there, able to get a pick. They've got the crab out, trying to clear some space. They've got 2 down. This is going to be a good situation. They can form a clam right underneath that basket, use the Zipcaster to try to get up in here, try to force back the members of Lightbox. They really just need to clear this area in front of the basket, and it looks like they're able to do that with just the ballpoint. If they just pick up those clams right there, they're able to take the lead. Nox, and now looks like they're gonna be kind of trying to just get a few more in if they can. They've got that power that's going to come in behind them, and they just really need to kill time off this block now. Hold mid, they don't want to play too aggressively. If they go down and they get wiped, it could be really nasty, because it's not going to take a lot to change this lead.
It won't, but also they can't play too passive, because otherwise that Sploosh just gets too much space to run around, and you don't want them to necessarily have that to work with. I am surprised that they're choosing to hold on to this power clam. They do get a jump in, gonna be able to get that power clam in. Jeff looking to get some picks, gonna probably be able to find them, and that's going to be the game going to Lightbox as they gave up just a little too much space and allowed them to get that push in.
Absolutely, and that was brilliantly played. You saw excellent timing, waiting, that sploosh waiting to come in with that power clam jump, and from there, the whole team just coordinated really well. And I think that overall, that was very different gameplay from Lightbox than what we saw. They seemed a lot more confident in their response and their ability to push in.
Yeah, it seems like they were able to regroup themselves a lot better and figure out how to play off of each other's timing more, which is the biggest thing in Splatoon, is managing to create good situations, create good timings for everybody to be able to move forward and get in.
Absolutely. And now we're going to be moving on, though, to one of those modes. Yes, pushing forward is absolutely important. You know, you may have to have some people staying back watching this zone. It's not Rainmaker, it's not Clambits. You're not moving that objective straight into the enemy base. So they're going to have to play this one just a little bit differently. But, you know, I'm excited to see it. I think that they've got great options here. I love to see the kind of gameplay that happens around all these different ledges and stacks in Mako Mart.
Yeah, definitely going to be good to see those buckets coming out here. They're going to be able to thrive. Machine definitely loves this map. Flingza does incredibly well here. It's actually really good at painting this zone. And those ink mines it has are really good at helping keep it capped. This has always been a great ink mine map.
Oh, it absolutely has. It's one of my favorites from Splatoon 2. It's been, you know, been a little bit replaced in my opinion on my personal list by Hagglefish Market, my beloved. But Mako Zone still holds a special place in my heart.
Definitely a map a lot of people really enjoy. The Flingsa should do pretty well here with those missiles. They might try to change up their comp. I don't know. Maybe they try and pull out the Wiper Deco here again. They did do that on Flounder, but Flounder is just such a different map than everything else that I never expect Flounder. I expect people to have special weapons just for Flounder unless they're on a shooter.
Absolutely, you know, but I think a Wiper could be fun here. I think there's good opportunities to be able to place beacons on this map as well, to be able to get back in, especially in the zones. It's really important to get back to that objective really fast, and if you can create an interesting off angle with those beacons to move in on, that's also fun as well. But we're going to be seeing if they even bring that to the table, or if we're just discussing it for no reason, which it looks exactly like what we're doing here right now. You're definitely going to be seeing those buckets coming out, like we said, and as well as I think this is a great map for Splatana Stamper as well. I think it's able to really camp ledges well and pressure over them very well.
Definitely, we are seeing this inkjet coming out here, allowing the members of Lightbox to move forward very easily with it. And Rage Jeff looking to get a flank off here. You're not going to quite be able to, as Nawal manages to shut that down, but they do not have the zone. It's just their splash left up. They do manage to get Tactical or to stay up to be able to respawn here a little bit faster and have that crab ready to push back in with. But we're going to see Lightbox just move up super quickly and far as they have this really aggressive comp.
Yeah, they sure are, but you know, losing that Tri-Slasher, they have to back up some here, but they're holding a lot of good space on this zone right now. The Tri-Slasher does go down, but they've got this Zuka and this Inkjet to cover that space in the meantime, but the cap does end up going to Nawal. But look how they're kind of back dealing with the member of Lightbox who broke through that splash, I believe, and now that created the opening for the rest of Lightbox to come back in, take zone, flank in, and collapse on those members of Nawal. But it looks like very quickly again Nawal is looking ready to pressure this zone, just trying to find the paint that they need able to find the picks, and that's definitely going to be helpful, that Zipcaster coming in.
Yeah, Zipcaster able to come in, get 2 down, looking to find even more pressure. Ballpoint goes down to that Booyah Bomb, absolutely huge there. They're able to recap the zone. They're looking out for the sploosh right now, I believe, as that hammer comes out, able to take out the Splash-O-Matic, getting rid of any risk of that crab. Oh, Curling Bomb managing to take out that Tri-Slasher. That is unfortunate for Nawal. Not something you want to happen in that situation, as we are seeing the splash here. Able to respawn really quickly thanks to that Tacticaler, looking to get that crab ready, but I think they know there's still somebody around that left stack, hopefully.
Yeah, they were trying to look out for that Tri-Slosher, I believe. And right now, the ballpoint getting a trade off with that machine as Nawal takes the zone once again. But look, that Tri-Slosher there, and now the Sploosh. Look at these picks going off. It's one up on Nawal. They're pushed far back. Lightbox going to be able to easily take control of this zone. And now Nawal's going to find another way back in. And it looks like they maybe got a pick, I believe, with a Fizzy Bomb or something there, since there was a big explosion of paint on the zone, but they were all pretty far up in their base.
Yeah, Fizzy Bomb's definitely really good at doing that. Splash goes down thanks to the amount of pressure coming out. I believe it was probably a Fizzy Bomb hitting the top of the grab tank. We're seeing the Tacticooler out here. They're looking to try and push in through that right side primarily, but they do go down to that hammer, having to drop down into that. Unfortunate, as we are seeing Lightbox being in a very comfortable situation. The Tri-Slosher has moved forward. They're looking to pinch this Sploosh, finally able to take them out, but they don't have much time left to cap the zone. The Splash is in Crab, looking to try and paint, but not going to be able to. Splatana Stamper forced to pop Zipcaster just to try and keep paint on the ground, trying to outpaint the Squeezer and Ballpoint. They managed to, putting penalty points on, but Nawal Gaming is in a rough situation here.
Yeah, definitely in a rough situation, although at least getting that penalty does keep their chances alive, but you can see Lightbox not ready to give up any space, already responded, getting the full wipe onto Nawal, and you can expect they're going to be moving up off of this as their jumps come back in. That Tri-Slosher going to be taking an aggressive position as always, using that wall as well on the Squeezer to try to just create as much defensive pressure for them as well, because now all they have to do is stall this out as we're ticking down that penalty timer.
And that hammer coming out, putting a lot of pressure on the crab take, forcing them to drop, and that is going to be game going to Lightbox here. There is nothing Nawal can do to counter that right now.
No, there isn't. And wow, this team has really started to find its footing. You know, the Clams game really back and forth, but Lightbox able to hold a lot more space here. I really like to see the action from that Tri-Slosher. In the Manta game at first, you know, they kind of go in alone. I think they found out a little bit better how to work with their teammates here to move in, and were really able to shine because of it.
Yeah, they really were able to take advantage of all the high movement speed weapons they have, able to get consistent jumps into that Ballpoint, really enabling them to play that hyper-aggressive playstyle.
Absolutely. And now, you know, Lightbox is looking to close this out on Inkblot Art Academy Tower Control. An absolutely classic stage. What do you want to see here out of these teams? That Nawal needs to win this to stay alive. So what lessons can we learn from these past 3 games for them to come back in strong?
Yeah, I feel like Nawal just really needs to keep an eye out for those intense pushes from the Sploosh and the Tri-Slosher and be able to keep more paint on the ground, more pressure on them to keep them from having that easy ability to move forward. It feels like they might want to put in something with more range, but with that Flingza in their comp, they really don't have a good option to do that because you don't want a traditional anchor with a Flingza generally.
Yeah, it makes it a little bit too slow of a comp, and you know, it's especially with Inkblot, the way the map is if you're just playing too slow of a comp and that Sploosh, that bucket can get set up in bats, it could be a really bad story for you.
Yeah, it definitely can. We are going to see a Wiper coming out here, allowing them to move a little bit faster, which will make a pretty big difference. Still keeping those missiles, though, but they did not add any range.
Yeah, I know we're going to be seeing what's going on. I really do like the addition of the Wiper. I think it's going to be really good for their speed. I like the beacons on this map as well, and missiles to try to be able to push back. But right now, it looks like Lightbox is going to be taking the early tower, using that Inkjet to try to clear some space. Right now, they'll do down on both sides. That's not going to be going much of anywhere. But Jeff is always going to be trying to see what plays they can make. But as soon as they pop that hammer, forced to back up by those missiles.
Yeah, right now we're seeing Nawal being really good at applying a ton of pressure, able to keep them out, able to keep them from moving forward, taking advantage of their specials. Crab Tank coming out in an awkward position there. Not going to be able to do much with that. Going to go down pretty quickly. We're seeing the machine here putting a lot of pressure on Faulty, but Faulty going to go down in the process. I thought that was going to go the other way with how that matchup usually lines up.
you never know what to expect out of these, and sometimes some crazy things can happen. And right now, just still kind of a very neutral game as both sides try to push forward through mid. There is a lot of orange, a lot of pressure, but you gotta keep an eye out. That Squeezer, this Tri-Slosher moving in, trying to create a kind of pincer together, especially with that Sploosh coming in, but they do lose their Tower Rider, so they're not able to push this to checkpoint. The Inkjet's gonna come out to try to take care of this splash here on the side. It eventually does, but the ballpoint goes down as well, and now you're 2 down on Lightbox, so you're not really in a good position to push.
Yeah, and we're seeing Nawal being able to start setting up in mid here, looking to apply some pressure onto this right side, not quite able to start moving forward with that tower yet, as Aizen is stuck pretty far back on left, seemingly trying to get the ballpoint out of position. Don't know if that's the best fight to pick right now, though.
Yeah, no, but right now, I think this is where you're going to start seeing the momentum kind of change. If it does, Nawal trying to make this space forward, they were doing good with those missiles, forcing them back. They've got this Tri-Slosher plus those Fizzy Bombs, doing a lot of great work as they're able to clear that first checkpoint. Faulty getting a nice trade as they do go down in the drink, though. But look at this. Nawal's just got great pressure. If they can move up into these bats, this is really what they want right now, especially with those missiles coming out. A trade there is going to be important to stop the complete dominance of bats, but you definitely don't want to be trading right now. You want to find some solid picks, especially as they're moving up to checkpoint 3.
Yeah, and Jeff able to find one solid pick there, looking to find a second here on this Viper. Not going to be able to quite find it yet thanks to Viper's high mobility. It does take 2 people to take him down. Probably going to be able to sit on this tower for a little bit longer, trying to clear this checkpoint. Looks like they're going to be able to. There it is. And there's still the Viper up, just that Squeezer left. Squeezer, a very good weapon, but not going to be able to do much about the missiles and beacons that just keep shoving them back.
Yeah, especially with that Booyah Bomb coming out there, that is going to secure up the game for Nawal Gaming, who's going to take us up to a game 5. And Nox, I'm really interested to see how this goes, because Manta Maria was a pretty big struggle for Lightbox, but the question really becomes now, after playing 4 games against Nawal, will they be able to come back more confident? Will they be able to find their footing better, their ability to push in? And especially on such a different map like Rainmaker Scorch Gorge, because unlike Manta Rain, where you see really fast points that turn into KOs quite often, Scorch Gorge is one of those maps where it's really hard to KO, and teams are going to just hold forward as fast as they can once they have a clear opportunity to try to put as many points on the board, because more than likely you're not dunking on that final checkpoint.
Yeah, it is really hard to get there considering that you have to go up that ramp. Definitely gonna expect to see the same comp coming out here out of Lightbox. They've been running it the whole time, but I think Nawal started to be able to adapt to it, is I think a big part of it. The first game, it seemed like Lightbox just didn't know how to play off of each other for that map mode. Maybe they just hadn't dealt with it before. But Nawal has played Rainmaker's Scorch Gorge a lot. They have done it just, quite a few times. They probably do it plenty in scrims too. It's a map mode where they probably feel fairly comfortable, and their weapon picks do very well on it. I say as they bring out double tacticaler. Oh, there's a DC. Okay.
Yeah,
that makes more sense. Okay.
Yeah, I was a little confused. I saw the 3 banners and I was like, there should be 4 of those.
There should be.
So yeah, they're going to be backing out there and regrouping up, but I am really interested to see how this goes, because I definitely, Lightbox has found their footing, but I agree. I think we really saw the shift there in that tower control game where Nawal started to kind of realize how to deal with Lightbox's comp and started to adjust to it. So now you're kind of going back to this neutral ground. It's like Lightbox has found their footing and they're more confident, but Nawal Gaming has also kind of figured out how to respond to Lightbox. So this is going to make for a really interesting game 5.
It definitely should. It also should be very back and forth just with how Scorch Gorge typically goes. It's a map where you both have to deal with high ground and low ground most of the time, so I can see that potentially being a bit of an issue for Nawal, just because they don't tend to run those longer mid-range type weapons as much. And we do see Lightbox having that squeezer and ballpoint to really keep up that pressure from a distance.
Yeah, it definitely can keep up that pressure from a distance. And, now I think that the missiles that have been coming out as well in tandem with the Booyah here, I think those are going to be really key for them in pushing forward. Because kind of like I mentioned, those last little bit there, you gotta hold forward as far as you can, get as many points on the board as you can. And the best way to do that is by forcing members back, forcing them out of place, and that Booyah Bomb can provide some cover. The missiles forces them to move. They can't really set up that defensive front as much, and I definitely am interested to see how that special coordination comes out.
Special coordination does always make such a huge difference in these games. Always important to figure out how you're going to be able to push in off of them and how you're going to be able to out of position. Yes, that's the word I wanted. I didn't want the word displace.
Yeah, it definitely is going to be, and especially, I think with a map mode like this as well, and with the way that these teams have been so aggressive, you really got to consider that. Because and at the same time, while you are considering that, you do have to watch your flanks. If you're missiling someone in front of you, but they've come around behind you, you may not be expecting that. You may not expect to come around, turn around as quickly. And we've seen that, especially out of, say, these tri-sloshers or the sploosh that love to just run forward, cause so much chaos. And I think that the result of those fights is going to be way more important here now than it ever has been before, especially where a map, it comes down to just a matter of points most of the time. As we now load into this map properly, we've got all four. Jeff there is no longer missing, is ready to come into the action.
Yeah, and we are seeing that Wiper Deco coming out again. Obviously, they liked that switch. They liked being able to move a little bit faster. And we are seeing the same comp that we've been seeing coming out here, except for an NZAP instead of that Tri-Nouveau to still keep that Tacticooler going. But apparently getting a little more pressure on that Rainmaker pop, able to get it this time. We are seeing a lot of paint coming out in mid. Everybody looking to get their specials 2 online already for the side of Lightbox.
Yeah, it certainly is. We see that jet, we see the stamp coming out, but Faulty there does go down on that squeezer. And now look at this paint though. You got a lot of paint for purple forward, but they don't have possession of that Rainmaker. They need to try to get forward, and with their team, it looks like his Lightbox had that just one member up, not quite with the rest of everybody to push. But now they've come back a little bit more together. They found a pick on that Stamper, but the Tri-Slosher closing in. They're just going to be trying to rush it up this elbow if they can, throwing some shots behind them to try to create some pressure, because right now all eyes are on this Rainmaker as this Viper's going to be dropping down into this pit, picking them off, leaving just the NZAP up for Lightbox.
Yeah, and we do see Nawal Gaming already having that tactical already, getting some more specials online. Booyah Bomb has already come out. Rainmaker up in mid here with the Tri-Slosher. Missiles out. The splash has gone down, but the zap goes down in the trade. And the Rainmaker is already gone. They did technically get lead, but I don't think either of these count as real leads at this point.
Yeah, no, I would say so too, on a map like this, no. 93 and 94, really any map, but especially Scorched Gorge, this is not a lead. And we can see that now they've already picked it back up, and you can expect that, pseudo lead to probably change here as they're going to be trying to create space, but maybe not. Maybe these missiles are going to force them back, and maybe I spoke a little bit too soon, and it looks like I did.
Nawal doing an incredible job there of utilizing their subs and specials to really take that space, take full control of it. Splash here has the Crab online, not going to be able to do anything with it as Inkjet takes them out. Once again, Nawal just does not have an answer to Inkjet with their weapons.
No, they do not, and right now that's giving Lightbox the opportunity to go ahead and push in. They're going to be breaking that first checkpoint. They really want to be able to pop here and continue it if they can. They've got that Crab Tank in their face, though, so they've got to figure out a way to wait that out. They're going to the Zuka, going to come out trying to find some picks, not quite able to. They're just going to hold it forward as much as they can. They get it down to 50, which is by far not a safe lead, but it's better than nothing. They got that first checkpoint popped, so they can at least breathe easily, knowing that they don't have to go through that again on their next push.
Yeah, being able to take out the ballpoint there and eliminate the Inkjet is absolutely huge for them. Going for this left checkpoint, not something we see super often, but worked out really well for them there. 2 players left up. Both of them have fizzy bombs. They might be able to get this pop here. Able to, but gonna have to back down to the hammer. Well, should have had to back down to the hammer, as there's not a lot they can do in that situation. Hammer able to find another on that splash, as Jeff has grabbed this, looking to start dropping it into mid, potentially.
Yeah, Jeff on those hammers, the defenses have come out great. Jeff actually finds a pick with the Rainmaker going to be poking over there at that machine too, seeing what they can do to try to get a pick out there. But nope, going to be moving forward again, going on this left-hand side. Again, something that we don't normally see, and now they found another pick. They're 2 down, but these missiles are coming in. The splash is out behind them, and now the wiper on them too is gonna bring that Rainmaker to a halt. And now, but you notice 2 down on Nawal Gaming. Even though Lightbox was the one who lost the Rainmaker, they still have control of mid right now. It looks like they're gonna getting the pop on this Rainmaker as too, and they don't want to be giving up this pressure that they have, but they do need to start building up some specials. It looks like they have that hammer online, but they maybe want to bring out more than that, especially with a crab tank out.
Yeah, able to find a pick there on the Rainmaker, looking to start moving forward here again as they get 2 down. They know where the last 2 are thanks to those missiles. Booyah Bomb came out, pushed people out of position. They're looking to start moving forward here with this Tacticooler. Wiper holding on to this. They don't need a ton of points. I'm surprised to see them still going for this bridge here, able to take out the Zap on the other side. Tri-Slosher goes down for them though, so does the Splash, and they are in a really rough position, especially with this Inkjet out here.
Yeah, that Inkjet going to be popping on the stamp coming out as well. It's going to be a push to 59, but it's not going to be good enough. They're going to be coming up around that elbow, seeing if they can try to get in. But right now, Lightbox is going to be trying to hold a defensive position, and they've had great defenses this entire set, Nox. And right now they dropped it down. It's in that very awkward position. Nawal's going to have to bring it all the way back around, but they do get picked out, and it's just 10 seconds left on this clock, Nox.
Yeah, Nawal able to get the grab here, looking to start getting into a better position. Might have to finally go right, as they do manage to take out Jeff. That is a huge pick for them, but the Inkjet's still up. Inkjet doing that 50 splash damage, able to really just apply a ton of pressure. Aizen gonna have to just kind of run away from it, looking to start moving right. The Wiper's there with them. They need to get moving, though. There is a limit on that time.
Yes, there sure is. They are going to back up a little bit. They want to be able to get their teammates back in, because you're not going to be able to solo charge this Rainmaker through. The ballpoint putting a lot of pressure, but goes down. And now they've got to make a move, but the hammer, Nox barely misses it. They're going to be trying to go forward, and it looks like it's just barely not enough, as Lightbox is going to be able to come in and finish that off.
And Lightbox is gonna be our winners here of SOS.
Oh my gosh, what a great back and forth set, Nox. This was absolutely incredible to watch.
Yeah, Lightbox doing an incredible job there of putting on quite a show.
Yes, they sure did. Congratulations to Lightbox. They're going to be your SOS 112 champions. Huge congrats there. And Nawal absolutely well played, taking it to a beautiful and close game 5 there. It's been such a fun SOS, Nox. And before we go, tell the good people, where can they find you?
You can find me on Twitter and Twitch at NoxRaven42. And where can they find you?
They can find me on Twitter at CrestofGautier, or here on Twitch at twitch.tv/ttoma_. And thank you everybody for signing in to Swim or Sink this week. We hope to see you all back next week.